Shit's gonna be okay. It's gonna be alright. No matter how far down you are, tomorrow's on your side. Shit's gonna be okay. It's gonna be just fine. I know you don't believe me now. Maybe give it time. Shit's gonna be just fine. It's gonna be just fine. Still you want a guarantee. Wanna know that it'll be fine somehow. Well, don't take it just from me. It's the history that we've all passed down. So don't wait, don't bother with your shame. What the fuck do you want me to say? Shit's gonna be okay. It's gonna be alright. No matter how far down I am, tomorrow's on my side. Shit's gonna be okay. It's gonna be just fine. I know you don't believe me now. Brother, give it time. Shit's gonna be just fine. It's gonna be just fine. It's gonna be just fine. Just fine, just fine. Shit's gonna be okay. It's gonna be alright. No matter how far down I am, tomorrow's on my side. Shit's gonna be okay. It's gonna be just fine. I know I don't believe me now. Guess I'll give it time. Shit's gonna be just fine. It's gonna be just fine. Hi. How are we doing? Good to see that there's at least a couple of you here. I see Koopa Shell 10, Lumi Deer, Twisty, Naomi. Welcome, Felsim Forma. Hi. I'm a little upset that I messed up a little bit on that song, but only a little. To be fair, I have not practiced that. Feeling nice and gay? Based. Well, thank you, Twist. I got a lot to do today. Oh, also, thank you, Naomi Chance, for becoming a channel member. Don't want to let that one just go by without acknowledging. Thank you. I got a bunch to talk about today. I initially, I'm gonna be honest with you, was not planning on doing any kind of like politics. I was just gonna make this a chill video game stream, and we're still gonna play video games later. But then some stuff happened. Might as well just take our chance and try both. You know, the danger here is that this was kind of like a last minute decision a couple of days ago to stream today, and I didn't know if I was going to be able to because of headaches. I was having some headaches earlier, but they seemed to go away, so that's good. And also I worked today, and that I usually don't stream on days that I work, mostly because it's just a timing issue. But in this case, it was just like it was good timing, and I could have kind of had a shit week, so I wanted to stream. So here we are. Also, it's still spooky, kind of. You know, we got some mild spooky decorations. Hello, Daedalus Media. A couple cool things. If you are in YouTube chat and you want to be on screen, I am being hosted at transgirltherapist.org, which is Zaina Mbappe's site, and you can make an account there if you would like to. Otherwise, if you're chilling in YouTube chat, that's good too. Yeah, it's not quite spooky month yet, but I'm not going to be able to stream Sunday, which is October 1st, because I am celebrating my sister's birthday. So I'm probably going to end up streaming like the day after or something like that, but either way, I wasn't able to you know, start on spooky month, so we're doing spooky month early. Besides, I'm going to keep these decorations up basically until the end of the year, so spooky month is my month as well. Hopefully I'll actually get some like some cool stuff to wear too. I want to get some like cute little outfits. But yeah, let's go ahead and just kind of jump into stuff because I do want to do the video game stuff, but we want to do politics first. Just because the stuff that I'm talking about is kind of substantial. Let's go ahead and get into it. Do we want to start off with Brianna Wu, or do we want to start off with a video? Doing both, regardless. I feel like getting the Brianna Wu stuff out of the way might be better though. Got one vote for Wu. Do the toxic garbage first. Well, I mean, depending on how you look at it, it could just be toxic garbage all the way down. You haven't seen the video yet. I have though, because I'm actually not a real gamer and pre-watch. Sometimes there are some videos that I, but the ones that have like a lot of really substantial critique, I like to watch a little bit first, so that way I at least can retain some of the information, because when they're actually like saying shit and not just being complete incoherent garbage, I at least have to know what they're talking about, and I don't always get that watching the first time.
so I usually watch like 1 or 2 times. But I do that with every video. If there's a video that's like super important that I like want to watch, I will watch it like a couple times just to retain it. All right, let's do the toxic garbage first. Just pause Andy. I mean, I could do that, and I did with the Soul Bunny video. Granted, I also did pre-watch that video, so usually just watch the first 2 minutes to see if it's worth covering. That's probably like a good way to do it, but the at least in my experience with the stuff that I've like covered here, it's usually not the first 2 minutes that gets you. It's like the middle like 5 or 6. But anyway, well, we'll start. All right, so something happened over the last couple of days that I thought was worth covering, and by I thought I mean like I'm not the first person to talk about this, and probably won't be the last. Um, we got to talk about Brianna Wu. Um, so a couple of days ago, Brianna Wu's like some DMs of hers were leaked, and we're gonna go over them, but I want to focus less specifically on the DMs and more on the kind of like overall thing with this. I like as much as this is going to be like it's easy to talk about this as Brianna Wu bad, and in this case, like the things that Brianna Wu said were bad. But I want to focus less on being a specific like attack video of Brianna Wu and more talking about like a little bit of an issue that it seems like this thing stems from. So let's just kind of go over it. So to start, these are the DMs. We're gonna go over these. We're gonna go over these in detail, a little bit. So this was the first set that I saw. It is a group chat that Brianna Wu was in with several other people. I don't know all of the other people. I'm taking like people's words for it that the people here are not all that great. At least one of them I know is a trans medicalist, but like, well, I don't have all the information. I haven't like spent a lot of time following all of these people, so I'm just going with what I have at least observed. So we've got this is Benny Corallo. If you were here last stream, then you know I criticized Benny for being a tanky, but this is not good. These oh, these are all Twitter transmeds. Okay, cool. I'll take your word for it. Like I there are less believable things. So like I'll just take your word for it. All of these are transmeds apparently. Anyway, here in this they are making fun of Benny's appearance. It got the it puts the lotion on its skin line. Her dress reminds me of those god awful skirts that femboys buy. Please. And then Brianna Wu says God. And then after that, we have no, so yeah. And then Brianna Wu says, I mean, if you're not super hot, maybe just dress normally and don't present yourself as a transvestite. You can go a long way with just being skinny and dressing normally. So this is bad. This is bad in a lot of ways. For one, it is really not cool to call another trans woman a transvestite. Like it's just like no. But we're gonna continue. We're gonna continue. I also like the kind of subtle fat phobia, but let's go. Um, I'm not exactly sure who all of this Brianna Wu or somebody else. I think all of this is Brianna Wu. Um, look, I'm just speaking really honestly here. Probably too honestly, but now I recognize leftist culture was also always going to take us here. I said nothing about the BLM riots because I didn't want the trouble, and I said nothing when tankies started taking over the party because I didn't want trouble. And I said nothing when they took over trans stuff and said you didn't need to have dysphoria to be trans. And I'm looking at where we are, and it's just like my silence led us here, all of ours did. But we did it with great intentions. We did it with great intentions, but if we don't stop this bullshit, leftism will die. I think because I'm old enough to remember when we moved away from transsexual, I'm a bit more nuanced. You have to remember daytime TV was obsessed with the sex and transsexual, so it was trying to water that down. I do think that as transgender doesn't mean anything clinically anymore, it makes sense to bring it back. So this is there's a lot wrong with this. There's a lot wrong with this. For one, um the implication here is that like all of these issues are things that like we shouldn't care about as leftists, and because of us caring about it as leftism will die. Like if I'm reading all of these correctly and they seem to be in like the correct order of screenshots, and I'll admit I'm taking that on faith that like, you know, these are the things. Hey Jessica Meadow, good to see you. Essentially Brianna Wu is saying BLM, I mean tankies, this one is at least true. So broken clock. BLM saying you don't need to have dysphoria to be trans are all things that are going to kill leftism. Which I don't necessarily know that I need to go like super in detail as to why that sucks. But we're just gonna we'll just go over a little bit anyway. So for one, um this is an optics argument. What she's going at is like an optics thing. Like notice that she uses the word riots when she's talking about BLM. So she's referring to the BLM movement probably through 2020, right? And talking about the riots. Well, there were some riots that came out of the BLM movement. That wasn't the majority of the BLM movement. And so what she is essentially arguing was the BLM movement made us look bad because of the riots. We've already gone over this several hundreds of times over the last few years. It's just not true. It was almost entirely peaceful protests, like Erica said. And the same goes with the dysphoria to be trans, right? So like essentially her argument here, you don't have to have dysphoria to be trans. A correct statement is also going to kill leftism, which again doesn't shake up. The reason why we point out that you don't need to have dysphoria to be trans is that self-ID is a better system of like identifying one's gender, because gender being like a social construct slash, I think the definition that Zena and Poppy use is like a self-emergent schema, which I do like. When you look at those two like ways that we can perceive gender, it's better to use the self-ID model because you take on faith a person's perception of their own identity. Arguing that you don't have to have dysphoria to be trans, when by the way, a lot of people, like the definition of trans, right, does not include dysphoria. Like you don't have to have dysphoria, right? Why do people still complain about the optics of it? Well, the reason that people still complain about the optics of it is essentially the same reason. If you were here for like a couple of streams ago, we talked about the furry discourse with Blue. It's the same thing as that. It's looking at the most like vulnerable, or the, you know, what's the word that would be used, like the more fringe elements of like our movement. And fringe in this case is not intended to be used to mean that like that is what they are, but like that is the perception from them. Like when we're talking about this, it's the same argument, right? That people use against furries, that people use against non-binary people and xenogenders, that somehow this thing that is a little bit like further past what I understand or what like my perception of the average person would understand makes us look bad because I and or the average person don't understand it. And that sucks. That is essentially like the argument that she's making, and she's wrong, right? She's wrong. But also the importance of not doing that is that when you do that for one group, you open that door to be like you open that door for every group within the broader community to be treated that way. You know, we're actually seeing the same thing happen to a degree in the queer community as it exists, right? Like a lot of conservatives are kind of like accepting, like obviously they're not accepting of gay people, but they pretend to be accepting of gay people so that we can be used as the fallback. We're the fringe element, right? And when we do that from within, it gives people outside of our group the ability to do that further and further and further until eventually the last part of like last element or group within the other group has been scapegoated and we have nowhere else to go. Let's continue. I think socially I have no issue respecting their pronouns. And then this person says, like, the nippleless top surgery fad seems to be a massive red flag. Brianna says, yeah. This person, Cactus, says, I hate them for pushing the pronoun bullshit so far. Fair, it's insanity. Okay. That, again, bad. And then here is the original message was Doe didn't detransition because, and I'm not gonna misgender Doe, it still considers itself trans, but agender and believe trans is an amorphous blob of a term that means a political statement against the societal concept of gender. But it stopped taking hormones because it also believes hormones are a weapon of societal construct of gender assimilation, and hormones should be a tool to be played with, not a medical usage, because all gender should be abolished. Brianna says, no, that is not well. Now, I'm not gonna get into the like gender abolition thing because I have my thoughts and it's not like pertinent to this. But whether or not you agree with Doe on like gender abolition and the perception of gender and you know these specific things, assuming all of this is like correct or whatever, um, it's still not okay to misgender Doe, and it's still not okay to do this shit. And then we have from Brianna, lol at Void Zonia started a shitstorm tonight. Doe came up and I repeated your very plausible position that it pronouns are about a degradation fetish. Fuck off. Demon Mama is in the group chat and I didn't know they were dating. Lol. Well, then the police came and it was all over. And then Brianna says, I mean, then I asked what she did for a living. That also didn't go over well. Not she, they. Again, not cool. And then this has the tweet that Brianna put superimposed over it. Just want to put on the record that I unequivocally support the non-binary people, and anyone that says otherwise is lying for clout. Okay. Again, this is not good. Now we're gonna get into Brianna's Twitter responses. Brianna says a few things. Some group DMs got leaked tonight and were selectively chosen to paint a completely false narrative about me not respecting NB people. If you read our whole group chat, you'd see comments from me talking about how I think NB people are experiencing real pain. Okay. The one thing I will say to this is whether or not Brianna Wu personally like thinks that non-binary people are valid or that they quote experience real pain, um this is a pretty easy thing to show, right? Like you can just show this. There was this response from Shoe on Head. It says, now you were spitting in some of those caps. The amount of left-wing YouTubers, streamers, large Twitter accounts, trans and cis who agree with you, but like you have not said anything publicly is hilarious. Not my place to out them, but inshallah they grow a spine one day. And then Brianna Wu responds, the thing is, all of us are having private conversations concerned about how anything but the most maximalist position will get you in trouble. And you're right, this isn't going to stop until we say this stuff publicly. So again, she's kind of contradicting herself. Thank you for the super chat. You guys talking history says civil rights legislation is worded in a way that disallows discrimination. It doesn't make something permitted. So Wu's view is just ahistorical. True. Yeah, fucking Shoe. Also, yeah, fuck Shoe, by the way. So the next one, sincere post. I genuinely am sorry, and I understand I let a lot of people down. It's not just my opinion that NB people are part of the trans community. It's a fact because it's right there in the WPATH standards of care. You cannot pick and choose which parts count. Okay, so again, this is another thing that she's doing. It's not a fact because it's in WPATH. It's in WPATH because it's a fact. You got those two mixed up, Brianna. And also, it's a fact whether or not it's in WPATH. Like, that's the thing about gender, is that there isn't, it's not something so simple that you can just boil it down to a medical position. He continues, I admit I should not have used that word to describe Benny's outfit in that OnlyFans picture, even privately with some of my closest trans friends. I apologize without reservation. She had been attacking me viciously for days, but even then, I should have been kinder. I'm sorry. Well, to my understanding, she didn't, like, this wasn't like a reciprocal thing. Like, okay, so here's the difference between Brianna's thing here and then like instances where I have had someone attacking me. Let's go with the big one. Anyone remember the Bad Empanada shit? Bad Empanada was going after me. I didn't make it a point to go after his appearance or to make irrelevant points, even in private. I know I can't prove that, but I can tell you that I don't say shit about Bad Empanada in private because I don't think about Bad Empanada enough to really go through that. But what I did do was I focused on exactly what he was saying and dismantling his behavior. You can just do that, Brianna. You can just talk about the behavior. If you're upset with Benny attacking you, and again, I don't think Benny is that great, but if you're upset with Benny attacking you, you can just like criticize her behavior. You don't have to you don't have to throw around the word transvestite. It would be one thing to call Benny an asshole, calling her basically non-passing a man in a dress isn't the same thing. Exactly. Like you can just say she's been a bitch or a dick or an asshole or something. Use any word that feels good to you. You don't have to go like after how she looks as a trans woman. This was another thing that Naomi sent me over this. Ian Miles Chung said Brianna Wu redemption arc. This. I feel like if you as a leftist activist are saying like some hurtful shit about a trans woman and that hurtful shit ends up being reposted in a positive light by the likes of Ian Miles Chung, you fucked up. you have fucked up. Now the last one that I want to bring up too is this one. So Keffels quoted Brianna Wu. I've been out as trans for almost 13 years, and I guarantee most people outraged by this. There's a private account somewhere on Twitter where they're saying worse. The real proof trans women are women is in how catty they are to each other. I'm going to be real with you. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I think it's kind of like, I think it feels a little bit essentializing to women, and I also think that it doesn't really matter ultimately. And I want to be upfront with this, by the way. I know that that Xena and Poppy brought this up in their coverage of this too. But I do want to be like upfront. Keffels donated money to my GoFundMe. I do not like know Keffels, and I have not like spoken to her. I do generally have a pretty good opinion of her, at least of her work. And I don't. I want that to be like made clear when I'm talking about this, that like when I'm criticizing this, I'm criticizing this from a place that like I just kind of like don't like this. I don't think it's good. And this does look, at least to me, like someone defending a friend. It doesn't really feel, in my view, like it's someone trying to grift or something like that. I mean, it could be. I don't know. I don't know Keffels, but it doesn't read to me like that. And I'm not going to sit here and just go hard on Keffels over it. But I did want to bring it up because it is at least relevant, and I know enough people are going to ask me about it. So the answer is going to be, I don't really care that much. I really don't think you should defend your friends if they're being bigoted. I don't know that, like, what I'm getting at is, yes, Keffel should be willing to critique Brianna Wu, but if they're friends, I kind of like what I would want to know is how this extends privately, right? Because this right here, like to my understanding, these two are friends. This could end up being a private matter for them. Granted, Brianna Wu is a public figure, and I have talked in the past about dogpiling and brigading. So to some degree, Brianna Wu being a public figure means that like the dogpile is inevitable, and you have to be able to like deal with that as an advocate, as a public figure, as a person with this kind of a platform. But I also understand the tendency to want to defend your friend, even if you like, or well, want to defend your friend from the dog pile, even if what your friend said was fucked up. No, and that's the other thing too. I honestly think it would have been better if Keffels would have said nothing. Like she should have said nothing. But that's why it reads to me like somebody just defending a friend. But I also don't care. I don't think Keffels is relevant to this, and I think talking about Keffels is kind of a distraction and kind of serves as a way to turn this more into drama with like a social circle than about the fuck up of a person. So I want to focus more on Brianna. The only reason I'm bringing it up is because I know people are going to ask me about it. So with all of this, and I don't think I have anything else, and I don't want to keep those on screen, so we're just going to go back to this. The reason that I'm bringing all of this up is that I look at this and I see this as kind of the end result of what happens when you make activism your identity. I see, like, obviously Brianna Wu has some pretty shitty beliefs, and those beliefs are like kind of core to what um to like what she has done. But I see this as like the activist as identity thing to its logical conclusion, because she cares more about the like optics and what's going to be the maximum position to best win than she cares about the people that she's actually trying to advocate for. And I think this is the perfect example of this is what happens when you let that poison your mind. Come like also with having abhorrent beliefs. It's easy to see where this line goes when you are a trans medicalist and you care about advocating for trans people. And in your advocacy for trans people, you see a trans community that doesn't necessarily agree with your position. And so you do kind of like the two-face thing, right? Where you put on a face so that you can advocate for the community because that's what you care about is the advocacy, not advocating, but the concept of advocacy. And you keep going until eventually you have to try to sell out those people. No, transmedicalism doesn't help optics. And that's where Brianna is wrong on all of this. Like she doesn't understand that she's wrong that the transmedicalist position is the better one. Like she's just wrong. Transmedicalism isn't the common position or the one that is the easiest to advocate for. It's actually very easy to take like the kind of medical framework that we have for transition. It's kind of easy to take the parts of that we need in order to function in the society as it exists, because the problem with a lot of it is that like I mentioned with the philosophy tube stuff way back, that without a total overhaul of the system, like the breaking down of the social barrier entirely of like the concept of like gender dysphoria or the diagnosis doesn't work. However, it's still easy to take that concept and advocate for a better like social system with it while also incorporating elements of self-ID and to make self-ID like more viable. That's why literally in our standards of care, self-ID is still there. It's not impossible to do both. And it's something that we've been able to accomplish. So Brianna is just incorrect. I still can't find any evidence of Wu doing any advocacy. I tracked the spreading of her pack. It doesn't have any major recipients who have won. I mean, I don't know if that means she hasn't done any advocacy. I think that's another thing. There's a difference between advocacy and winning. I think Brianna Wu has done advocacy. I don't know that she's necessarily been all that successful. And regardless of whether or not she's been successful, I think still the point being that Brianna Wu's downfall here is that she cares more about the act of like the status of being an advocate than she does about the people that she's supposedly trying to advocate for. At least based on what I'm seeing. Again, I don't know Brianna Wu. And I know that like people in this space have like had good experiences with her. But I don't care. Yeah, Twitter likes are more important. So yeah, that's basically it. I don't have a whole in-depth like thing that I want to go on this. I just kind of want to like discuss more of the overall concept because I can just sit here and shit talk Brianna Wu for an hour. I could just do that because these DMs are really bad. But ultimately, I just want to throw caution out there for the fact that this is what happens when you look at figures who care more about the status of their work than they do about the people that they're trying to help. This is the same thing that I would actually kind of argue was an issue with RGR back in the day. At the end of all of that, what I saw with RGR was somebody who cared more about being a trans advocate, about being somebody who's doing like whatever work, like being the trans lawyer trying to advocate within the law framework, than someone who cared about people that she was actually doing the advocacy for. And Brianna Wu is doing the same exact pattern here. And also being bigoted while doing it. Come to think of it, so is RGR, so, things repeat themselves. Literally not listening to constituents, true. That is ultimately like what I want to throw caution to when we're looking at figures like this, when we're looking at people online. I know that I do this, right? Like I talk about advocacy and I talk about being like effective in doing like that work, right? But I don't like take being an advocate or like the work that I do, which by the way is nothing. um I don't take any of this to heart to think that like this is some sort of status symbol. You know what this is for me? What streaming and what like making arguments and like trying to convince people and trying to get messages out there is. This is a way to get my voice out. This is a way to be heard. Hopefully, it helps people within the same community that I'm in be heard as well. Hopefully, I'm able to echo similar sentiments, and hopefully, it'll have some sort of like effect. But that's not first and foremost why I do this. This is something I enjoy doing, and it's something that helps me feel heard. What I'm saying is you should be skeptical of people whose entire like personality and brand are structured around the status of their work. That doesn't mean they're always pieces of shit. It doesn't mean that they're always two-faced. It doesn't mean that they're always going to do this kind of thing. All it means is that you should be cautious. I think Brianna Wu, RGR, and all of the other like transmeds in the online left are proof of that. Don't say that. Every little thing helps with protecting others. So I'm not saying that like my work does nothing in like the literal sense. What I mean is that like for me, this is not like I'm not the same as somebody out there organizing on the street. Neither of these things are better or worse than the other, but one of these things is going to do a whole hell of a lot more for like a whole hell of a lot more for things in the real world. And it's not this. At least not right now. Streaming takes off as like a thing in the political sphere, and it becomes like a way that a lot of people, like the majority of people, start engaging with like politics, then maybe. But at least right now. Why does it feel transmed people are spawning up more and more as time goes on? I think it's generally like I think it's a cycle as we tend to gain more ground, more of the more conservative like elements of the queer community start to pop up. I think this happens like every single time we have like a little bit of ground. Like the trans community are on the winning side in spite of all of the shit that we have to deal with in different states and some countries. But like ultimately most people are chill with us. And as like people become more and more like as become more and more normalized, some of the more like conservative elements are going to prop up and start to push back, because the further like we're able to you know further we're able to push for our own rights, even the elements of our groups that don't want to see those rights be given are going to start pushing back. You can send it. I can't guarantee I'm going to read it. But like, yeah. Does all of this make sense? Because this is my read of the entire situation. Like Brianna Wu obviously has some not good beliefs, and I don't like those. But like also it seems to be more of like the symptom of being an advocate above all else. Thank you, Harmsy, for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs to Felsum Forma, Qberry Shortcake, Bendussi, Jessica Metal, and Edelium. Thank you. I really appreciate that. But yeah, like I genuinely, and also I do want to say this too. So also because this was a thing on Twitter, right? I actually subtweeted on Twitter as I should not be doing, because it's not good. I did a little bit of a subtweet on Twitter, and the problem is that because what I was subtweeting was also talking about the Brianna Wu thing, and it happened during all of this, um, people thought I was subtweeting about Brianna Wu. So let me see if I can pull it up, because this did get a little bit of like thing. It's here. So I posted this. I think believing that people can be rehabilitated is a good thing, actually. Which is true, by the way, just objectively. A lot of people thought I was talking about Brianna Wu, and I want to say I was not. I'm not going to say what I was talking about because I honestly don't want to just start like a bunch of drama again. But people who are like really paying attention would already know anyway. But I do want to say, because there are going to be some people who like, we're going to have this discourse again. I've already seen people who are defending Brianna Wu say this. So I do want to say, for starters, 2 things can be true. It can be true that Brianna Wu can have some really, really, really fucked up beliefs, and that a lot of us really don't want to associate with her because of that. That also doesn't erase any potential work that she's done, and it also doesn't mean that she can't change. Now, we need to see evidence of that, and it's not going to be immediate. Like, you wouldn't, like, in 2 weeks have Brianna Wu say, like, I don't know, a nice thing about a non-binary person and then say, like, oh, obviously reformed. But, like, you want to look for the pattern, right? So I do want to be clear that when I criticize Brianna, I'm not writing her off entirely. I also want to allow for that growth, allow for this kind of stuff to stop, to like change and actually like be a better person with this stuff and have better beliefs. Now, if Brianna Wu, who is never going to see this, by the way, but if Brianna Wu ever wanted to talk about this stuff, of course I'll talk about it. I will gladly try to convince her out of being a trans med. But like doing the thing where we just like completely like excommunicate and never like whatever. No, some of us are going to have to try to keep an open mind to hope that she can grow, because it's still important. I still do value this. Again, doesn't mean that you have to trust her. Doesn't mean that you have to think that what she said is good, or doesn't even mean that if she does change and stop like displaying this kind of behavior, doesn't even mean that you have to forgive her for saying this shit. But at least the hope should be that this will like change. Over the years, I've talked to non-NB trans people, and the concerns over non-binary people and drag queens comes up because of irrational fear of losing rights, gain rights. Yeah, no, it literally is. It literally is just the idea that like everybody's rights is like there's only so many to go around, and when one group gets one, the others like lose them. You have to address their fears to talk them out of it. That's true. But yeah, I don't really have a whole hell of a lot more to say. I just wanted to go over this. Yeah. I guess if you enjoyed this, then feel free to subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Go team. There's a fear that their identity will be invalidated by validating other people's identity. No, I've definitely seen that too. I've definitely seen that a lot actually. But like the idea that if we validate the identities of like non-binary people, or then if we like validate the identities of like xenogenders, then somehow that like makes the rest of us less valid or whatever, because we've like put some attachment to it. But yeah, I do have one other thing that I wanted to go over, and then I want to play Resident Evil at least for like a little bit. But we're gonna have to be quick with it, I think. Get all of this stuff about Brianna off my screen. Who wants to watch a video? All right, let's do it. So it was actually, once again, it was Naomi that pointed me to this. And I should probably give like a little bit of backstory, maybe. Like I don't have backstory like with this person. Catherine is the name of this channel. I want all of you to never even look at Catherine. We're not doing any harassment or anything like that. And like, unless you are going to like, don't go to Catherine's channel or this video unless you intend to subscribe to her channel, like her video, and say a nice comment. Don't do anything mean, even if I criticize. I want to kind of go over this video. I watched it a couple of times, and I have some thoughts. Catherine is a channel that I actually remember. I had heard of her prior to this, but I kind of like, when I saw this video, I was like, I didn't remember where, and then I remembered this was another thought slime boost. This channel. So yeah. We're gonna take a look at this. Breadtube is a patriarchy problem is the title. This video is 40 minutes long. We are watching it at 2x speed, which I know is going to be still capable for us to actually view the video. But also, as an added bonus, this might be a little mean of me to say, when we watch this at 2x speed, she kind of sounds like an Animal Crossing villager, which is very funny. That's not to like be a dig necessarily. Like, she's got a fine voice. Just kind of sounds like Isabel when she's at 2x speed. Well, let's go ahead and watch. Tell me if you can hear.
In Sister Outsider, Black lesbian poet Audre Lorde.
Is it does it sound good? Audio good? I want to make sure that I don't spend like too much time. I told you I wasn't wrong. right, I'm gonna guess the audio is good.
Paraphrasing Paulo Freire, wrote, "The true focus of revolutionary change is never merely the oppressive situations we seek to escape, but that piece of the oppressor which is planted deep within each of us." I think on the left in general, we are good at confronting systems of oppression like patriarchy as something that is out there in broader external structures, but we give very little attention to the pieces of the oppressor that are planted within ourselves and our movements, so that we end up replicating in our worldviews, frameworks, ways of being, actions, and consciousnesses the exact same systems we seek to destroy. So this video is about the ways in which I see the patriarchy planted within the
So far, this is fine, by the way.
people and community of Breadtube, and how we can begin to recognize and eradicate the seeds of oppression within ourselves and our movements. For those who don't know, Breadtube, otherwise known as LeftTube or left-wing YouTube, refers to the creators and community around left-wing content online. Whilst most of what I say can be universalized to leftist movements.
Okay, so let's take. Wait, I want to see this. I want to see specifically what we're talking about. Okay, we're talking about Breadtube specifically. We're talking about this group. Obviously, I know that her critique is going to be like this is just kind of like a snapshot of what Breadtube is, but like I want to keep in mind this is the type of content she's. Yeah, TheoryTube.
Line. Whilst most of what I
Actually, it was 5 streamers. Shark was included in there.
say YouTube refers to the creators and community
Shark and is that Denims? Maybe I can't really see it that well. Shark is in there, which does have me a little nervous, given the last couple of times that that Shark was mentioned in a video like this.
around left-wing content online. Whilst most of what I say can be universalized to leftist movements in general, I'm going to be focusing specifically on the far left side of Breadtube, because I think this is the most important platform for the sharing of radical subversive thought that would otherwise in mainstream media be censored or shut down. What we do here is incredibly important, and failing to address patriarchy on the left could have fatal consequences for our movements. FB Signifier made a brilliant video about the racist framework that underpins Breadtube, so I'll be focusing mostly on patriarchy today. That being said, as Professor Kimberly Crenshaw pointed out in 1989, capitalism, white supremacy, patriarchy, and so on are intersecting systems of oppression, so this video will inevitably be imperfect and incomplete. I'm also going to be making some generalizations about Breadtube. Of course, there are always exceptions. On top of that, I'm white, cis, able-bodied, European, so
yeah, of course, FD. Whenever someone out of the debate sphere brings up Shark, I feel like I'm about to learn a new terrible slur. True.
perspectives I'm missing, please share them with me in the comment section. I'm not going to be calling out specific people or using clips as evidence of what I'm talking about, because I think that just results in defensiveness, drama, and moves the discussion to
Okay, so here's the first problem, by the way. Like, the first problem here is 3 minutes in. She mentions that she's not going to be including clips or anything specific about most of the people that she's talking about, which is not good. When you're making a video like this, it's important to show your work, and the problem is that, like, I already agree with the premise that Breadtube has a patriarchy problem. It's kind of self-evident. If you know anything about about patriarchy, like academically, if you know anything about how these systems work, like obviously there's a patriarchy problem within Breadtube, because patriarchy, like there's a patriarchy problem in all of these spheres. However, the critiques having no like specific examples, it's just kind of like saying a lot of stuff and not actually like explaining where, like, how you can show it. You're just kind of hoping that everyone who's watching this already agrees with the premise, which is why somebody who agrees with the premise Breadtube has a patriarchy problem, can just kind of understand the video. But if you're trying to convince somebody, if you're trying to like show something or like make an actual argument about, exposing an underlying current, you need to be specific.
a few bad apples, when in reality, I think there is a whole ecosystem creating this phenomenon, and we are all complicit to varying degrees. And this video isn't about making anyone feel guilt or blame, it's an invitation for introspection. This is crucial, scary, challenging, but ultimately deeply rewarding and transformative work. So what do I actually mean by internalized patriarchy?
Why a lion? Because it's about patriarchy, and lions are kind of like a symbol of like a patriarchal framework.
Or the patriarchy that lives
I don't know that it's a perfect allegory, but that's like why.
within? Well, gender is not inherent, fixed, or innate. It is a social construct that from birth assigns us binary roles of either a man or a woman. These roles are socialized into us at every level of society, from our families, education system, media, and governments, such that it might not only become what we think, but how we think. This harms women as the subordinated group, queer people who don't fit the gender binary, and less discussed is how this also harms men. In How Can I Get Through to You, family therapist Terence Real calls this early indoctrination into patriarchal thinking the normal traumatization of boys. The way we turn boys into men, he writes, is through injury and violence. We force men to wear a mask of a false self and reward them for this act of soul murder. We sever them from their capacity to emote, to feel, to be vulnerable. We subject them to sadomasochistic power struggles designed to turn them into patriarchs. Their suffering is as concrete as empirically observed trends of poor health, alienation, overwork, shallow relationships, and unaliving themselves. So when I talk about Breadtube internalizing patriarchy, the core of what I'm getting at is the wounds, the traumas that we carry inside of ourselves that result from this coercive indoctrination into patriarchy. This pain is internalized, it festers, and gets projected outwards in subtle yet pernicious ways.
Again, so like nothing here is necessarily incorrect. But how does this connect to Breadtube?
Women's work alongside other marginalized groups is everywhere undervalued, undermined, and underestimated, especially when women step into the traditional domain of men, like politics, and Breadtube is no exception. And I know some of you will be thinking, well, aren't some of the top Breadtube creators women? How can you say women's work is undervalued? But just because some women manage to prevail in these political spaces does not mean that structural exclusions do not exist. Politics at every level, grassroots, in the media, and institutionally, has always been controlled and dominated by white cis men. They get to dictate what are considered valid ideas, topics, and paradigms around politics. That which operates outside of this box is not given the same status or validity. What is accredited correct ways of doing politics is then reinforced at every level of society. White cis men then choose like-minded people to work with and promote.
Okay. Nothing is incorrect, but can you show an example of this happening? Like in theory, the way that the cycle works is correct, right? But how does this apply to Breadtube? Please show your work.
And the cycle continues. So unless we intentionally do the work to dismantle the worldview born out of this, what we consider valid ways of doing politics will still be rooted in a racist and misogynistic framework. On Breadtube, I see this framework manifest in how non-men creators and non-white creators have a much harder time being taken seriously or being seen as intelligent, competent, or committed.
Examples?
I think women's work is much more frequently written off as liberal, reactionary, bougie, revisionist, idealist, or apolitical.
Again, examples. Because as you just mentioned, like a good portion of like the top amount of Breadtubers are women. So I would like to know, like, the bougie thing is one thing that that kind of throws me through a loop, because some of the creators in Breadtube, like the creators in Breadtube, just kind of are bougie.
Whereas men from the same backgrounds and demographics creating similar types of content are not. And of course,
Why is race being pointed out here? The reason that race is being pointed out is the same as like all of the other like identifiers, right? Because in theory, when you're looking at the way that power structures inform all of this, like cis white men are going to be like the dominant power in the space, right? And so looking at the ways that like people of other groups, like non-white, non-cis, non-men, are affected by that is important. Well, then why not sexuality or disability status? Probably just like too many words to go through. Although it would have been very funny if she would have like listed every single possible identifier for like a full 30 seconds and not taken a breath. That would have been very funny.
most of us will never consciously, explicitly think women have less to offer, but biases are revealed when you see who we share, who we work with, who we watch, what theorists we are encouraged to listen to, what books we are recommended to read. It seems to me we are given a very prescriptive, homogenous, white man list of voices that are considered worthy of our time.
Like who? Give me an example.
Black feminist writer Bell Hooks has talked about how this can become a vicious cycle. You're so used to seeing your experience as default that you don't even know that your perspective is limited in the first place.
I read all kind of work. I read patriarchal men whose work I love. And how is it that they can live without reading our work, without wanting to hear our voices, even if it's just to be nosy, to wonder what those people are thinking? You know, part of the construction of dominator privilege is you don't have to think about what are those other people thinking, feeling, hoping, dreaming. And I think part of transformation is when you open yourself to wanting to know what those people that are not like you are doing, thinking, being.
And this process of devaluation and scrutinization is not a passive process either. It seems to me there's often a violent backlash against women and other marginalized groups who are successful as a way to put them back in their place. Professor Flowers, ContraPoints, Mexi, Lindsay Ellis have all received an onslaught of attacks, harassment, and misogyny. But where is the same level of hatred, vitriol, and deplatforming of the often far more harmful, frequent, and verifiable wrongdoings of white cis men?
Can you please give an example? And the other thing too I want to point out here is that the claim is that all of these creators, specifically Professor Flowers, Mexi, Lindsay Ellis, and ContraPoints, have been harassed due to like whatever, and they've experienced misogyny, and I don't doubt that. I imagine all of them have. However, the implication here is that like the male creators don't, and that is objectively not true. Like it's verifiably not true. You just have to literally look at the events of any of them streaming or doing any kind of content. Like the even the video essayists. Like sure, they don't experience misogyny, and a lot of them are not going to experience any kind of like stuff rooted in different bigotries. But to claim that like there's something unique about how like they don't like experience any of this. And yeah, the vagueness is so great, right? Like she can't make any examples because to give examples would be to have to ignore a lot of stuff. You know how like when a lot of the video essayists that make stuff like this, and this has happened in almost all of them, will make videos like criticizing like say Vosh, for example, and then we'll do the whole like talking about intersectionality or like trying to vaguely assert intersectionality and talk about, you know, how like cis white male privilege, but then also forget like all of the other different ways that someone is like all of the other different like marginalizations that Vosh has, or like Kevels, or like any of the other like streamers in this space that are always talked about. Vosh has literally openly stated that he has received death threats from people frequently. Yeah, like he does. I guarantee you that every single person who was on that list at the beginning, the clip that I think someone said was like from a Noah Samson video, I guarantee you every single one of them receives death threats, probably daily or weekly. I guarantee you all of them do. It's part of being a content creator, and it's part of being a large public figure.
To me, this double standard is not only indicative of internalized racism, transphobia, and misogyny, but also how when women step out of line in terms of gender expectations, they are targeted as a way to say, get back in your lane, you're encroaching on our territory. And the sad thing is, many do get put in their place. After the violence they received, Mexi left Twitter, Professor Flowers rarely uploads, Lindsay Ellis left YouTube, and ContraPoints has been on and off both platforms. As in so many other men-dominated work fields, we are once again silenced, invisibilized.
I don't know that this is is necessarily a patriarchy problem, and more so it's a problem with the medium of streaming. Like patriarchy is going to be a part of it, don't get me wrong, like that's obviously true, but like I don't think that's the main issue. And yeah, like Storm said, the people who like make these types of videos are the ones that scared Lindsay Ellis off of the platform.
And so fade into obscurity. What often ends up happening in this context is that in order for non-white cis men to survive and be taken seriously on this platform, we start to self-censor ourselves to cater our content to a white male audience, especially as it's more lucrative to do so since men make up the majority of Breadtube viewership. So we might start to create dry, theory-heavy content, taking a hard stance about capitalism and class, burying our emotional selves, and making ourselves as attractive as possible to the male gaze. Mexi has spoken about how when she first started uploading, she made more off-the-cuff casual videos, but after the sexist comments and harassment she received about using filler words and her presentation, she slowly started to curate her.
Is that even true? I mean, to some degree, no, it actually kind of is true. Like that's just a function of how media content works. In like in some ways, anyone who makes media has to capitulate to patriarchal frameworks, but it's not like the only thing. This is another example of like confusing the underlying issues with like the only issue. where like, yeah, obviously like anyone who makes some sort of kind of media content, whether it's streaming or television or like music or anything, is going to have to work around like standards that come out of patriarchy or white supremacy or transphobia or homophobia, like those different types of things. However, they're not the only thing that's like pressing down on them. At the end of the day, if like patriarchy didn't exist, there would still probably be algorithms that like kind of forced you as a creator to like tune your stuff in a certain way.
videos to be more in line with the Breadtube acceptable masculinist content. And I'm often getting well-intentioned advice to be louder, more dominant, and assertive in my videos, aka act more like a man. In other words, it's the same thing we've constantly seen with feminism since its inception. Rather than getting us all to value non-cis men ways of being, the onus is on women to aspire to the ways of being and values of men. Feminist author Susan Green put this really succinctly in a Rev Left Radio podcast episode when she said,
The women's movement, like so many, I think, movements for social change, make a very correct observation, which is there's something wrong here. And there was something really wrong with the way things were. The problem was the solution, in my opinion, was not correct. The solution was, in order to solve this problem, we as women have to become more like men. And so women entered the workforce and kind of left the home and adopted the values of patriarchy. And so although the women's movement ended up creating a lot of what I call patriarchs in drag, because the values of the feminine still continue to be undervalued. What happened for the women's movement is the being realm, the inner realm, emotion, connecting, intuition, the body, which had always been considered second class, it was still considered second class. And so we just got a continuation of all the problems of patriarchy. What I began to understand is the external patriarchy is bad enough, but inside of us, we all have an inner patriarch. And until we
Naomi, the point that she's making is not that like those are necessarily like those make one masculine. The point that she's making is that those characteristics are like often associated with like masculinity, and since patriarchy kind of like informs some of the because patriarchy informs some of the ways that you as a creator have to present yourself, like you have to do more masculine things. That's at least the argument, and I don't think it's disagreeable, but again, she's not providing examples, she's just kind of generally speaking about it.
address the inner patriarch, I don't think anything's going to change. And for me, the problem with the women's movement was the inner patriarch never got addressed.
and I know at this point some of you are probably thinking, well, my work just isn't that good, I'm just bitter, and perhaps there is some truth to that. I still have a lot to improve on, and not everyone is going to like my content, and that's perfectly valid. But I also think it's important to investigate, why do you think this content is not as good? Is it because you're used to associating a strong masculine presence with authority, power, and politics? Are you used to having your worldview mirrored and reproduced so that when you see content that isn't geared towards white male tastes, you feel affronted? What is it within yourself that thinks less of content by marginalized people? Or maybe you're thinking, I just haven't heard of your channels, it's not my fault, it's the algorithm. But why haven't you heard of them? What voices are you surrounding yourself with? What are you telling the algorithm you do and don't want to see? Whose values are embedded in the way the algorithm prioritizes content? And what are you doing to challenge the structural exclusions that might exist?
Get good. I'm just being a little shit. Like, it's not entirely false that like, again, patriarchy does have an effect on this. It's not entirely false that like algorithmically that's going to be affected by it, but it's not the only thing. Yeah, skill issue.
Breadtube seems to have a general disregard for feminism. Often this manifests in a class reductionism, where there's an assumption that as soon as we have a classless society, all other social issues like patriarchy, racism, and transphobia will simply wither away. So a separate push for so-called identity politics is seen as unnecessary and a distraction from the key goal of achieving a socialist or communist society. When feminism is brought up, it's often used instrumentally as a
Okay, so the funny thing about this point, I'll let it play for just a second.
tool to garner attention to other issues and then conveniently forgotten at other times. Like, it's okay to tokenistically bring up how women are impacted by class, not because you really care about them, but in order to further your agenda of a communist revolution.
Through doing more co-ed organizing, I realized that women's issues were kind of put to the side, or not centered enough, or maybe taken for granted, or lumped in with the larger political project.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've found that to be true as well. In a lot of radical left-wing organizations, there will be sort of an assumption, at least in some organizations, that because we're already radicals, like feminism is already built in, I don't need to spend much time thinking about it or interrogating myself on my blind spots as, perhaps a man in those spaces. And I think that's a critical error that a lot of times ends entire organizations.
Even when Breadtubers aren't outright class reductionists, there's often a subtle class reductionism where people talk about social issues whilst failing to acknowledge how they intersect with other systems of oppression, like patriarchy. I've done this too. I've made videos about the causes of climate change without acknowledging how climate change intersects with other issues like patriarchy and white supremacy that conditions white men into the conquest, control, and colonization extension of the earth. And I've made videos about dismantling capitalism without acknowledging that capitalism is a logical extension of thousands and thousands of years of patriarchy based on hierarchy, competition, and power. In the same way, we can't really talk about being anti-police, anti-military, and anti the Israeli state without acknowledging that the values that undergird this violence are inherently patriarchal.
Okay, so I want to point out too, it's really really funny with this point that like it's brought up because she's not wrong. There is a lot of class reductionism in Breadtube. Problem is, the class reductionism is coming from the people who make content in this like circle of video essayists. Like she's not wrong that there is a disregard for intersectionality and in favor of just being completely class reductionist when it comes to analyzing like the struggles of like capitalism or of climate change or anything like that. The problem is it's usually the video essayists doing this. Yeah, it's Peter Coffin types.
I've also noticed a worrying trend of vulgar anti-feminism, where when feminism is brought up, it's usually only talked about in the context of critique, only ever drawing attention to its worst elements. Of course, there are many things that—
Can you show an example of this? Because I really don't see that happening that much in Breadtube. Like even with the exception of the aforementioned tankies that do video essays, like I really don't, even in the video essayist circle, most of them are like not doing critiques of feminism, and I don't really see this with streamers either.
that absolutely should be criticized about many iterations of feminism, like its racism and transphobia. But if our only engagement with feminism is via critique, it gives a lot of leverage to the dismissal of feminism altogether. When I think it's one of the most important movements of the 20th century, we should be able to do both, be critical, but also open to learning from and being humble towards.
So I can't tell where this is coming from, because again, where's the criticality? I don't see a lot of people in this space doing like a lot of like fuck feminists kind of shit. Like we criticize TERFs, which I guess is like a bastardization of feminism, but like
barriers to this incredible lineage.
So much of left-wing cultural work today is to try to re-show people coming up that actually you do belong to a fascinating, beautiful, gorgeous tradition of radical, feminists and workers and, anti-colonialists and, people that stood up to power and wealth and fought back, and many of them laid down their lives for it. And that tradition has been wiped out, but we can reclaim it.
When feminism is talked about in a positive way, another issue I've come across is that only certain forms of feminism are accepted. Leftist men can dunk on right-wing people because they can prove their dominance by inflicting humiliation, pain, or visible signs of inferiority upon others. They can stick up for women being harassed because to do so is protective, chauvinistic, charming. They can take to the streets in abortion protests because to do so is tough and strong. But woe betide the man who rejects masculine conditioning.
Wait, is the implication here that women don't protest or do like debates or engage in these things? Because like then, I mean, I know you're gonna circle back around to like, well, them doing this is just another extension of them having to do it because it's like masculine and therefore patriarchy forces them to. But like, I'm not exactly sure. I'm not exactly sure like what the implication here, because like, yeah, men are like safer to do those things, but like like broadly speaking, the abortion protests and stuff were not just like a male dominated thing entirely, not in the same way.
And embraces softness, emotionality, and vulnerability, or the man who intentionally works towards abolishing the gender binary, or the man who steps forward and takes responsibility for the fact that he has harmed women. In other words, it's okay to display your feminism, but only so long as it reinforces your masculinity and doesn't challenge you in any way. When feminism is so trivialized and undervalued, it doesn't take long before it's thrown under the bus completely. For example, many creators feel justified in sexualizing women, using ironic misogyny, sending their followers on
No. Ironic misogyny. Also, like, what? Wait.
For example, many creators feel justified in sexualizing women, using ironic misogyny, sending their followers on harassment campaigns against women, laughing at feminists, and using words like bitch and slut when
Okay, so we're talking about Vosh. This is just about Vosh.
talking about women they don't like.
Yeah, it's literally just Vosh. Like, we're just talking about Vosh again. But also, like, this is the problem too. this is why this kind of like video isn't working, is because if you don't have the examples, you're just asserting that a thing is happening and hoping that everyone understands your reference.
It seems there's a pervasive idea that sexism and misogyny are okay as long as it's against the right people.
I mean, I guess it depends. And also, like, this is the J.K. Rowling. It's the J.K. Rowling thing. Yes, I don't care if somebody does ironic misogyny to J.K. Rowling. Fuck you.
Speaking from personal experience, when everyone else is
Oh, I'm so sorry, Jessica. I hadn't considered that. I've been owned in the marketplace of ideas.
ridiculing feminism, it can be very easy as a woman to start to distance ourselves from feminism and feminists by resorting to a cool girl mentality, where we're like,
I'm not like other girls. I don't care if you make sexist jokes. I'm not going to call you out or challenge you. I want to be one of the guys. Capitalism and class is the only thing I care about.
I think this is
So the argument here is pick me. That's the argument. The argument to there being women or like trans women or like black men or black women or black trans women or black trans men or like anyone, like any other marginalized group in this space that is like chill with the thing. It's just pick me. That's the retort.
an understandable survival strategy
Yeah, it's a call out post, but no one knows who's being called out.
because we are so frequently accused of making false accusations, being boring, emotional, irrational, or bitchy. In the same way, I also think the dismissal of feminism from a man can also be understandable. If, as a man, you've been told your whole life that patriarchy is a privilege and all you feel is pain, you feel justifiably resentful. And when no one has shown you empathy for your suffering, it's hard to have empathy for others. It can be easy to cling to just focusing on class, the one where you, as a man, are marginalized, to validate your sense of victimhood. All this to say, I think it's so important we all get curious about where our dismissal or devaluation of feminism is coming from. Do we not mention feminism or identity issues very often? If so, why not? Do we have some form of class reductionism, vulgar and
I don't like this like audiobook style shit where she's like ending every little like section with like a bunch of questions to ask yourself. I think it's kind of cringe. I'm just gonna say, like, I think it's just kind of cringe.
feminism or cool girl mentality? If so, what is it within ourselves
Oh,
that
hey,
can't hold
Chainsaw.
space for these issues? How does this manifest in ourselves and our work? And how can we challenge ourselves on that? The majority of Breadtube creates a very masculinist framing of how to create social change. Work done in the traditionally masculine public sphere, like agitating, organizing, direct action, critical mass support, large-scale projects, and violence, is granted more value than work done in the private domestic feminine sphere, like caring for others, raising the next generation in radical new ways, self-healing, or building the revolution from the ground up.
Can you give an example of that? Like, can you show me an example of how this is true? Like, and I also feel like, yeah, direct action is masculine today, I learned. But like, wait, wasn't the argument, at least I seem to remember back in the day, like the argument that was like it's all direct action, like even this kind of stuff is considered direct action. The problem is that, like, yes, while in like the streaming space or in like the video essayist space, like doing like the advocacy work or whatever is like the hot thing. That's because that's the element that like algorithmically works. That's what's going to people's stuff. But also, if you look at the video essayist sphere, which I would argue makes up the majority of Breadtube, because like we really don't have that many like streamers in Breadtube. When you look at the video essayist sphere, no, a lot of shit is just artsy now. It's not simply just like direct action. I don't know when the last fucking time I don't know, like I couldn't even like tell you when the last time there was like a fucking video from like ContraPoints or like Lindsay Ellis or H Bomber Guy or, you know, Philosophy Tube that was just like direct action. That one's usually like the smaller ones. Like fuck, the last person in like that circle in like a Breadtube that I remember doing like the direct action thing was fucking Sophie from Mars. Like, which by the way, like I have my issues with Sophie from Mars, but like these are the creators that are like the large ones are doing the artsy shit. They're doing the like, let's talk about leftism through like video game analysis, or like through media analysis or something like that. Like that's not just like, that is kind of like the educational stuff. It's not just like direct action shit or theory.
To be clear, I'm not saying there is anything inherently feminine or inherently masculine about any of these actions. The point is that under patriarchy, external, visible work done out there in the world is always granted more importance than work done in the internal, relational, emotional realm.
But like, doesn't that kind of defeat your point? Because Breadtube is full of video essayists that aren't doing the external work. They're just doing the media critique thing.
And this creates a situation, in my experience, where many people have great politics in theory, which often doesn't translate into how they live their values on a day-to-day basis with the people around them in the here and now. I also worry that if masculine values dictate the only valid means of engagement, leftist spaces can become incredibly inhospitable to anyone who doesn't fit this very narrow masculinity. For example, my conditioning taught me that as a woman, I should be nice, sweet, soft, never angry, never make a fuss. As a result, I've always been pretty pathetic in protests, occupations, direct actions. I'm just not cut out for these types of actions. But I do think my way of being has helped me facilitate transformative justice, provide emotional labor, create leftist art. Does this make me any less of a leftist? I think it's dangerous to valorize certain forms of.
Like, again, you're not like making necessarily a wrong point. It's just that like this undermines kind of your overall thesis, because Breadtube is kind of not that though. It's not. A lot of streamers talk about direct action. If you're critiquing streamers, maybe. But you're not. You're saying Breadtube, and Breadtube is, as we've established, more than just the streamer sphere.
Engagement as inherently superior to others, because it can end up making a large proportion of the population feel like they have no space on the left. And then people wonder why so few women watch Breadtube or join leftist spaces. Privileging very public, visible visions of social change also perpetuates the great man theory of history, that real change happens by one charismatic male leader who, through his brilliance, inspires followers and incites the revolution. I don't think anyone on Breadtube explicitly thinks they will be the next MLK, Che Guevara, or Marx, but I think the martyr, as opposed to the.
I do. I will be the next Marx. I'm the feminine second coming of Marx.
Trickster archetype is still very much alive in our communities. The martyr archetype is serious, macho, hierarchical, perfectionistic, fetishizing suffering, and literally dying for the cause. The trickster archetype, on the other hand, is transgressive, fun, light, artful, playful, and doesn't take things so seriously. The right has effectively mobilized the trickster through people like Trump and Boris, who are classic, sneaky, funny, cheeky rule breakers, using tricks and hoaxes. So clearly there's a political appetite for the trickster, and yet the left is still stuck on being martyrs, full of guilt and sacrifice and a better-than complex.
What? Wait. Trump and Boris Johnson are like neither one of them have good good approval. Like people don't like them. Your argument is that like we need to be more playful as leftists and less rigid and stuff, and I agree. But then you're like, we should do what the right does with Trump and Boris Johnson. What? There's clearly an appetite because these two people who have like absurdly low approval ratings are the right choices. What?
I just wonder what possibilities could open up for us if we embraced playful exploration instead of rigid dogmas, collaboration
This is the next Hideo Kojima.
instead of individualism, joy instead of misery. I think the trickster achieves more with her vivacity than the martyr does with his solemnity. The martyr approach to social change is also evident in Breadtube as a very intellectual rather than embodied approach to liberation. It's all about proving why you're right and why others should join you via the domain of reason, fact, logic, objectivism, science, and the intellect. There's absolutely nothing inherently wrong with these things, but my concern is that these values are so reified that it leaves very little room for non-material, non-intellectual dimensions to revolution. Many indigenous cultures across the globe, for example, time and time again emphasize how their ferocious spiritual bond with the earth is one of the driving forces behind their resistance movements. Leftist theorists like Sonia Renee Taylor, Adrienne Marie Brown, Bell Hooks, and Audre Lorde emphasize the importance of the emotional dimension to revolution via the power of radical love, trauma work, and pleasure activism. And I think a lot of truth lies in.
Okay, but how does this apply to Breadtube? The kind of work that you're describing is stuff that you wouldn't do on Breadtube. This is stuff that you would do like out in the world, not like through online video making.
Percy Shelley's statement that poets are the unacknowledged legislators of the world. In other words, yes, we need to engage people via the intellect, but often what persuades and mobilizes people even more is that which touches our hearts and spirits, that which is felt on a visceral, embodied level. But because these things are racialized,
Again, you're not wrong. The problem is this doesn't apply to Breadtube, because Breadtube already does the artsy shit.
and feminized as irrational and emotional, they aren't granted the same level of importance. This intellectual dimension to revolution is also evident in
I swear to God, every single one of these video essayists will be like, I want to criticize Breadtube, and Breadtube is like this whole thing, and then they'll be like, also Breadtube thinks this, and then when they are saying Breadtube, they mean streamers, because that's what we're talking about here. It's streamers. Because the video essayists are already broadly doing the art stuff. They're already taking all of that, like, concept and applying that. It's mostly just streamers that are doing the quote unquote like intellect or logic. Now, obviously, like in the video essayist sphere, they do still have like the theorists and shit like that. But like those aren't the majority. They really aren't. They're not even like close to the biggest. They're not even close to the biggest like names in Breadtube. Yeah, no, this isn't Nothing Burger, Harmsy.
in the hypersectarianism and dogmatism of the left too, where there are
No, Chainsaw, you're absolutely correct, and that's the whole thesis that I have with like critiquing this this video, is that this video says a lot, like it uses a lot of words to say nothing. Because overall, the overall point of the video, that Breadtube has a patriarchy problem, is self-evidently true if you know anything about patriarchy or white supremacy or feminism or like any kind of like academic framework for this stuff. But you can't say Breadtube has a patriarchy problem and then provide zero examples of the like individual level of how these things manifest, because then you're just saying stuff. You're just saying words. And again, you're hoping that your audience already knows what you're talking about.
thousands of theoretical debates about which tendency or which theorists make you a real leftist. Of course, I'm not saying accept all ideas willy-nilly. They all to varying degrees deserve scrutiny and critique. My issue is that on Breadtube, theoretical differences all too often devolve into competitive theoretical battles full of machismo, bravado, and ego, tearing each other down over minor differences with an air of arrogance over having won. These approaches allow no room for mutual exchange based on a willingness to listen, learn, and grow, which are considered more feminine actions. It's like they're not really interested.
I don't even know that I necessarily agree with this. Like, the problem is it feels like this type of analysis is really like essentializing femininity. It really does like feel like in a lot of ways we're just kind of pitting masculine against feminine, and we're just kind of like arbitrarily deciding which one of these things are considered like not valuable because they're like more feminine coded. And then saying, well, like, because this is like more culturally feminine, therefore patriarchy is preventing breadtubers from doing thing, which it's clearly not, because like breadtube is a very broad category, and you can find a lot of examples of that not being the case. I mean, the whole point is about talking about these things to try to find out what's right and wrong. Yeah, that's true. Like that's part of like the overall discussion, and like especially when we're talking about like the academic stuff here. That's absolutely true. But it feels like, it kind of feels like we're like ascribing positions to masculinity and to femininity, and not really like we're playing fast and loose with it.
In ending oppression, they're interested in being the ones that get to oppress. To me, a lot of this arrogance of interested in ending oppression is to listen, learn, and grow, which are considered more feminine actions. It's like they're not really interested in ending oppression. They're interested in being the ones that get to oppress.
Who is being like again, if you could provide examples, this might be a salient point.
To me, a lot of this arrogance of privileging our ways of viewing social change as inherently superior is also scarily reminiscent of the colonial Eurocentric tendency to export white cis men's views across the globe as the one true way of living and being, rather than the more traditionally
Wait, are you making the argument that like Breadtube is doing like digital colonialism?
feminine humility to say, you know what, we don't know what is best for
By like what metric though? Like, exactly how?
other peoples and places. What strategies are necessary will differ across cultures and time. A diversity of ways of doing and perspectives and worldviews are healthy, and we should each be enabled to take our unique gifts, interests, passions, and put them into fruition so that everyone can do what makes them most excited and energized. To be clear, I don't think this privileging of masculine action at the expense of the feminine is intentionally or maliciously done. I think men are generally not granted any power within in the internal emotional relational realm, so they have to find power without. So if you haven't been able to prove you're much of a man by being rich, tall, a leader, or sporty, Breadtube can offer an opportunity to assert a patriarchal presence.
This still feels like you're this still feels like you're essentializing men. Like, because you're doing the kind of like thing where you say, well, obviously, like, men don't choose to be like, men don't choose to live under patriarchy and then like benefit from like social privilege. But when men don't get social privilege, they choose to seek it out. Because they both are powerless under the hand of patriarchy and also understand that it exists and have a desire to reinforce it.
Via being a theory bro, a martyr figure, or promoting masculinist forms of revolutionary action. In other words, admiration and influence via a patriarchal online presence can be a stand-in for the love, acceptance, and admiration you may truly, desperately crave. So I think it's really important that we get curious within ourselves and our movements. What is the relationship between the actions we promote, our visions of social change, and our masculinity? Where does this come from? How did it get here? How does this masculinist framework shape discourse more broadly on the left? In what ways are we creating a space that is not safe or welcoming for women and other marginalized groups to be a part of? And what taboos are we creating on the left as to what visions of social change are seen as valid? So to end this video, I just want to say, Breadtube is one of the most significant platforms for the sharing of revolutionary thought, but because we haven't done the work to root out our own colonization into patriarchal as well as white supremacist, cis-normative, capitalistic structures of consciousness, we end up entrenching the same voices, values, worldviews, and ways of being on the left, such that we might succeed at tearing down external oppressive structures and step right into their shoes and become the very thing we sought to destroy. And it terrifies me to think what impact this has in limiting perspectives and actions taken in real-life organizing, what ideas and issues are left out and undervalued, and what damage this does in reaffirming that women and other marginalized groups are inherently inferior. I think at this point, people often recommend reading more broadly, listening to women and other marginalized groups, supporting and promoting us. And yes, I think these things can absolutely be valuable, but unless we are getting to the root of the problem, these will only ever be superficial and temporary solutions. To really root out the patriarchy that lives within requires addressing the fundamental trauma of our conditioning under patriarchy. And this goes for all of us, not just men. As I mentioned at the beginning of the video, patriarchy is a wounding.
I still don't like this. Because for one, even though she kind of like hand waves the idea of it being like a just, listen to marginalized groups, that's what this is. Ultimately, this video is still like just listen to marginalized groups. And like, once again, I've said this all along, it's not that you shouldn't listen to marginalized groups, it's that how do you determine which ones to listen to? And like, on the other part, when she then continues and is like, well, but it's not just as simple as just listening to us. We have to do the work to like overcome this. But like, how? Can you give me an example of like how we're supposed to do this? What are you asking for? You're saying overcome this. You're saying, work through this like trauma that we all like share or whatever. Are we talking about like the only because like the way that this sounds like, okay, so what we're like the way to do this is to end patriarchy. I don't know about you, girl, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to end patriarchy to try to stream next week. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do that. I think I'm gonna have to stream. And patriarchy is just gonna have to be ended. I don't think I can do that. I don't think I have the power. And I know I'm being facetious here. I know that's not necessarily what she means. Yeah, skill issue. I know that's not exactly what she means, but like also what does she mean? Like how are we working through it? What is she asking? If it's not as simple as listening to marginalized voices, what are we supposed to do? Like what do we do on the personal level to overcome patriarchy in our personal lives?
We all know that hurt people hurt people. Prison abolitionist Danielle Serret has a brilliant expression that no one enters violence for the first time by committing it. Underneath the most patriarchal, oppressive being, there's usually a wounded child crying for help. That's not to excuse or rationalize their behavior, but an invitation to, with love, understanding, compassion, and accountability, self-investigate. I'm curious in what ways patriarchy is living within me. How did it get here? Where did it come from? In what ways did internalizing patriarchy emerge as a strategy of survival? In what ways do I allow this to govern the work that I do, the voices I listen to, and the way
I just know that this is going to be screenshot. Like all of these things are going to be screenshot, and someone's going to like some right winger is going to take them and be like, this is a screenshot of a PowerPoint that was given to my kids in 4th grade.
I see the world. What is the relationship between my own pain and the harm I am inflicting outwards?
I'm sorry, I don't like this structure. I don't. I like reading books that have like the like questions of like, you know, like more things to think about and like ways to follow along with like a book. And like when an audiobook does it, it's fine because I'm like supposed to be doing that. I don't like it in video essays.
How would I actually be able to heal this wounding? How can I make amends? How can I get to the most liberated version of myself? And this isn't just an intellectual exercise to ask ourselves these questions. A lot of it has to be felt too. The poet Robert Bly called on men to set free the wild man within, in the hopes that in a safe space they could let their souls speak, they could weep and howl and create and play and find again the spirit within. To sit, nurture, look at ourselves and each other, the harm that we have caused and our internalization of oppression, not with shame and blame, but as a wounded child that is hurting. It changes the conversation and it changes what is possible. I also don't think this is work that has to be done totally alone. I would love to see us creating on Breadtube love-based communities to help ourselves and each other grow.
Please define what you mean. Please.
If we are replicating oppression in ourselves and our communities, we know there is healing needed there, healing and accountability. To paraphrase prison abolitionist Adrienne Marie Brown, I would love to create communities where, when harm has occurred, we can say, we are flanking you, we have got you, we are holding you, we are attending to your healing, providing a love that can shelter each other's wounded spirits. I think when we really do the work to rid ourselves of that piece of the oppressor which is planted within ourselves and our movements, that is when we, on Breadtube and beyond, can begin to do our best work. Very much in line with the writer Sonia Renee Taylor's work on
How?
radical permission. I truly believe we each have something life is calling into us, which is in alignment with the most liberated, authentic, and embodied version of ourselves.
Yeah, just do it. Just pull yourself up by the bootstraps and beat patriarchy.
In the core of us, the deepest, darkest, quietest, most disavowed parts of ourselves. Whether you call it the soul, gut instinct, inner wisdom, spirit, God, or something else, we each know what is true for the contributions that we have to make to this earth. To get to that place of knowing requires us to liberate ourselves from internalized patriarchy. I guess the biggest thing I hope people take from this video is that yes, we must have a rebellion in the world, but also a rebellion in our consciousnesses. Not only dare to take to the streets, but also dare to heal and do the work of relational recovery. Absolutely be loud, ferocious, and angry, but also have the capacity to be quiet, still, look within, feel within, listen within, welding our outward political social revolutions with this deep inner reflection and evolution of our consciousnesses.
All right. Yeah, this is it. That's the video. So what do we think about this, huh? I didn't like this video. I don't know that much about Catherine. When I was subscribed to her channel like years ago after the Thought Slime boost, I think I watched like maybe 1 or 2 of her videos and I thought I thought they were fine, but I don't remember there being anything special. So I also can't like speak on whether or not as a creator Catherine does good content. What I can say is that I don't like this video and I think that it's bad for a couple of reasons. The first is that it is way too vague in general for the like type of argument that it's making. Like this essay is trying to make a thesis that Breadtube has a patriarchy problem. And in doing so, it talks vaguely about like the theory of patriarchy in regards to how it could possibly relate to Breadtube, but because there's no specific examples of how this manifests, what like specific creators might be doing stuff to reify this like concept within Breadtube, or how like we can do anything about it, it just ends up being a lot of words that says nothing at all. That's the whole video. And this was a 42-minute video. We watched it in like, well, I mean, we watched it in a lot more, but like in theory, it would have been 20 minutes if I just played it through. Like this video is too long to say as little as it does, honestly. And like, don't get me wrong. Again, Catherine is probably like a good person, and probably I like generally will probably agree with her more than I disagree with her. but it feels like this video is doing a lot of the like same stuff that creators like Soul Bunny did, but just not owning up to it, and that feels more cowardly. At the very least, Soul Bunny actually said the sea slur with her full chest. This video is just like vaguely gesturing at content creators reifying patriarchy, but then not providing any examples of it. Yeah, that's all I gotta say. I don't really have anything else. Like, this video is bad, and it, like, yeah, it's fluff. It literally is. It's just like it's just like you would put this feels like the video essay equivalent of like a noise video. I long for a video essay that doesn't feel like a horoscope. True. Is this a style of a video, a cornbread tube initiation thing? Oh my god. But yeah, anyway, that's all. I just kind of wanted to go over this. I think this video, like, again, please, 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 please. Don't go talk to Catherine. Don't go to her video. Don't leave a comment unless you are going to go to her channel to subscribe and leave a nice comment on her video and like her video and all of that. Don't do anything. I don't want anyone to be mean to her or to harass or brigade or anything. I don't like this video, and if you have watched this creator and you like her stuff, if you like Catherine, good. Continue watching her stuff. Like what you like. I'm probably not going to watch more of her videos unless I see one that like seems like interesting enough to watch. But you all should if you like her stuff. Please do not harass her. Anyway, that's about all I got for this. So I will see you in the next one. Hi, love. I see you in chat. Well, we went through the two things that I wanted to do. The politics stuff. And now I got a little bit of like time. I don't want to be streaming for like ever, but like hell, it's only been 2 hours. I think it's a good time for some Resident Evil, and then while we're playing, if chat has stuff that that you want me to like talk about or we want to like chat about, we can just do stuff. We can just react to things, or if there's some discourse that I've been missing. Saige plays Resident Evil and forgets to save for the 3rd time. Okay, well, here's the thing. I actually did beat the game like off camera. After the last stream, I did like beat the game. The thing is, in order to do the New Game Plus run, I'm gonna have to beat Claire and Leon's story, and I'm already gonna have to do a speed run. So we're golden, you know? Like, I already have to do the speed run in order to get the stuff that I need for a New Game Plus run. So we don't have to worry about shit. And get the game set. Get all those raves. It's okay. There's a combo in my heart. All right. Got it on. Oh, maybe. Sweet. Try hypers. Yeah, let's try a hypers. Do a hypers combo. There we go. Let's see. How many can we get? 8? Oh, we got 10. Wow. Harmsy. I haven't seen Dian's shadow in a while, but like I think you just usurped them. No, not bad. I would have never expected 10. No, 10 is great. Well, no need to do that, Harmsy. All right. So here's the thing. I need to beat Claire's story in under 2.5 hours. I think. It might be 3.5. Because we're trying to do the actual speed run, and like in order to do new game, like the new game plus run, you have to like actually have the new game plus shit. So there's like challenges that we have to do. One of those just involves like beating the game in like under like 3.5 hours or under 2.5 hours or something like that, but it's got to be on like standard difficulty, and I think one has to be on hardcore. So we're gonna start with standard, but like we're gonna do it. Pretend we got to 11. Yeah, I'm just gonna like everyone. We got to 11. I was forcibly signed out. No. Catboy Leon or Dog Girl Claire? Pick one. Puppy Girl Claire. Definitely Puppy Girl Claire.
Are you okay? Wait
Like
here.
Catboy Leon
Check
is
it out.
great, but I'm very sure that Puppy Girl Claire would be legendary.
Don't come any closer.
I know there's like, so I watched a little bit of the world record speedrun, and I know that there's like some sort of trick that I do not know how to do or do not know how it is done, where you can get bitten without triggering the animation. I don't know how to do that, but I'm gonna have to learn at some point because it's like great.
Attention all citizens. Due to this...
Come on. Oh.
Can't stop. Gotta keep
In
moving.
theory, you should be getting, I think, bitten by a couple of these zombies so that way you're in caution. Also, I'm pretty sure the world record for this category for like Claire, New Game Plus is done on assisted mode, which is even better.
The police station.
Rainbow
Almost there.
noises. You're watching Percy ones? Yeah, so like there's a way to get you to do that, but then also like get bitten. So you end up with caution. You're also watching Percy runs. I don't know who that is. No assisted mode. Well, when I start actually doing the run, like I will be doing assisted mode because it's easier and also faster. But for now, we're not assisted babies. We're doing standard. Because the goal is to beat the game in like under 2.5 hours. And I'm fairly certain if I just like play the game... If I just like play the game like as I know to play it, I think I can do that.
Oh my god.
Open up! Hurry!
Open this goddamn door. Okay, sorry. Bye-bye. Actually, this is not like part of the run. I just like want to make sure I get like a couple of healing items because I know it's gonna be like, even though I'm somewhat decent at the game, like, wow. I say decent at the game, immediately like just does not shoot anymore. Reduced to Babu mode. I can be Babu, at least in video games.
So nobody knows what caused this?
Commentator's curse, yeah. First aid is bad because it fully heals you, but like you don't, like, you want to stay in caution as much as possible, but it's also better to just have as many heals as you can, at least when you're just trying to do this. I haven't gotten like the full optimized strategies yet. Like, I'm also going to be picking up like ammo and stuff to make ammo, but I'm not going to be going out of my way for it. Like, I'm only going to be going where I know that it is. I also need to get this. I don't need that. Also, you want to try to avoid this guy because there will be like a thing where he falls down and then that like loses. Here, we'll go ahead and get that. I want to make sure that I like retain as much as possible because once I get like further into the game, like saving ammo is going to mean a lot because a lot of things here are bullets. Yeah, I do want to go in here. I do kind of want to get the pouch. It's, I believe it's 9-16-7. No, 6-15-7. No. Fuck, I don't remember. I'm not wasting time. There are other pouches. I am gonna grab this though. Just for a little bit of extra like time save and reloading. You're not backseat gaming, Storm. Wrong way. I want to save this from happening later because I'm gonna, I think, have to come back here and I don't want to have to deal with yet another one of these fuckers. If I need that later, I'll come back for it. I do think maybe getting the submachine gun is a good idea. But in order to get that, I need like the thing. I don't know. We'll have to see. Sometimes, this doesn't always happen, but I found that sometimes if you shoot that guy, it'll prevent the thing from falling. I don't know if that's like a known issue, but like I found it happens sometimes. Stop. Why are you still walking? It. I need this. Wow. That was just a waste of bullets. Oh, good, Twisty. I can't wait to see it. Because it's super fucking hot. I am also, by the way, playing this on a controller because fuck keyboard and mouse. Even I casually struck through a horde of zombies. True. I need
So Elliot was right.
Yeah, but we're not out of here yet.
I wonder if you probably can just skip that. You probably can just like go this way.
Hey, Marvin. This is bad. I've got zombies everywhere. Marvin? Marvin, are you there? Marvin?
Marvin.
You gotta be kidding me.
Marvin. I wish I could skip that little animation. That would be great. Get rid of that. I don't need it right now. There will be more. And be able to get rid of this key now. Oop. Y'all gotta leave. I need you to go away. Up here. Oh, I did need to get the book thing, I think, because I do need to get the
Shit!
Oh, come on. Bro. I need to get the... Wow. Alright. I cannot keep just shooting at things. Oh, she's just going down. Okay. Alright. Cool. I'm gonna grab this. Because I plan on getting the thing. Let's just go ahead and do it. outrun this guy. Fish, scorpion, a duck. How are the fur babies? Oh, they're doing great. Oh shit. They're doing great. Petra has been a lovely, lovely girl. She is, she's actually like learning really quickly. She's very, very smart, and it's very good. And Willow is still being fluffy and still being chill. I think it's this that I didn't even need the book. That's right. Okay, I don't need the book. I can't discard. Fine. Bye. And then I get the it's because I got the wrong. I will eventually learn how to play this game. Alright, well we're in caution, so it's actually a good thing that we just did that. This is actually tactical. I meant for that to happen. Oh wait, I'm wrong, aren't I? I did need the book in order to get the badge. That's right. I actually don't care about the badge that much for the submachine gun. I think I'll be fine with what I have. Alright, let's see if this prevents this from yeah. Oh, god damn it. Come on. No, here's the thing, Storm. I've gotten it to do it before. It's just, it's not consistent. I know I've had it done before. That would have been so good though. See, the thing is I don't even know the tricks because I'm starting to doubt myself now. right. I think, yeah, I don't have like a shitty amount of stuff. Enough that I should be able to defeat, what's this fuck? Birkin. William. That's his name. Damn, the brain fog is bad today. It has been all day, though. I have not had a good day when it comes to, like, brain fog.
Hello?
All Willie Birkins.
Cords ain't gonna cut it this route.
Wow. I love how I can just aim at something and not hit it. My favorite thing about my gameplay. Bye. Come on. Oh shit. Whoops. Go for it. Oh shit. That might have been a waste of a round, but I wanted to anyway. It felt correct. We're fine. Everything's good. Everything is not good. Saige's good. Yeah, true. Aha. Wow. I don't know why I continued walking towards him too. Like I knew I wasn't going to be able to get through. There we go. Well, everything is cool.
This way.
There is a yes. We're back in.
It won't move.
We gotta find ways to skip all of these animations.
Got it.
So, what's your mom like?
She works at Umbrella. She's making an important medicine.
Umbrella? That big pharmaceutical company?
My mom's always at work. I don't get to see her much.
Well, Hopefully you'll get to see her again soon. So, where's your dad?
He,
You just met him, actually.
worked with my mom, but he's gone.
Wow. Both of my parents are gone. It's just me and my
You
brother.
little liar.
Oh, over there! It's closed.
Okay. Key card first. And then that asshole gets what's coming to him.
Have a good night, Storm. I wonder if there's a way to be able to pick up this key without pulling this thing out all the way. That? Yeah. Let's set this up. Yeah. Well, fuck me. I'm gonna die. I didn't. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Seriously?
Fuck that guy.
Must be where that guy came from. That bastard is the police chief?
He sure is. Save. I'm saving blue herbs because they'll help me later on in this. So I can get acid rounds if I need them later. True. ACAB doesn't just include the police chief, but it specifically includes the police chief. Wait, I need to... I do know how to play this game, surprisingly. Despite what it may look.
Thank God. The key card.
Need to do that? No. That's fine. It's time to save for next round. As is said by a fellow streamer. Go down. The only thing I would need if I wanted to get the flash screen. I am the queen of all. Oh, well. Yeah. Thank you for your contribution. I just want to know what these two were doing out here. Like, why were they here? Oh, that's fine. Oh wait, I do the thing. The thing that I literally came here. We were talking about. Ace. I think the run is invalid if you don't shoot off his hat. Wow. Pick your hat up. Oh, there was a herb there I should have gotten. I know where I need to go. There's that.
Oh God, no. Marvin.
All right, Mom. Take what I can. Shit. Fuck me. No! Ow. Well. Let's see where I start back at. Ah, right here. I'm not gonna make this stupid mistake again.
Jesus, stay back!
I immediately made it again. It's fine. I'll take the herb though. Oh shit, I don't have space for it. Fuck. Let's just do this. A little bit slower, but I think overall it'll be better because I'll probably get hit by the thing. Well, I am nothing if not consistent, Twisty. I would like to ask, just like I'm just curious, would anyone like be interested if I like maybe uploaded a like highlight reel of playing the games like after a few times of like doing, wow, I just got fucking double teamed. Normally people ask permission for. I went the wrong fucking way. Also, his ass is following me. Alright. Do I want to deal with another liquor? True, Pluvius. You better. You little... Okay. Wow. I'm not gonna say it, by the way. I should, but I'm not. I've lost so much time. The good thing is that as long as I play the game well for the rest of the game, this should not matter. Like, I'm still going to, like... I'm still gonna probably beat the game in the correct way. Alright. That's what... Fuck me, dude. Go back out. I think there's a liquor. Hill? Probably no. Nope. It was not. It was in fact not. Oh, I wasn't expecting to get back up. Holy shit. That was so good. Okay. I'm like 80% sure there's a liquor down here now. Yep. Wow. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, bruh. Bruh, indeed. I have to do all of the. It's fine. Do over. I shot his hat off. That's all that matters. I'm still gonna like let him punch me though. All right, let's do. I can do this. This gets. Yeah, I mean, like, if this man come up and punched me straight in the chest, I'd probably die too. He really said no. Fine. Everything's good. Alright, okay. I thought I got him. May have actually. We're all good. We're good. This is just, this is normal. Everything is fine. Oh, there's an herb. You do be here. What do I need? Get rid of. Fuck. Did I shoot that man's foot off? Well, I got this thing. I think he's here. I think he found me. You little bitch. I promise I'm good at the game. No, you're not turning on baby mode. I am a pro gamer. Alright. Let's do it. We're gonna do it. First try. Yeah, that was the strat there. You just gotta get him to toss you around rather than decking you. See? And now I don't even have to fiddle with this. Let's go. I am a god tier gamer. Yeah, honestly. Like I said, first try. First try. You little shit. Alright. Now... This was the wrong door. I chose wrong. Oh shit. It's fine. I intended that. That was exactly what I wanted to happen. Yeah, 0 deaths. 0 damage. Ooh!
Oh god, no.
Did you see that? I swerved out of there. Call me Little Matt. Woof. Alright, let's do it. You need to go. I did not ask you to do that, you shit. Why is he... Wait. He doesn't know I'm here. He hasn't seen me. Invisible. Oh, now he's seeing me. Fuck. I can do it. I got this. This man. Damn, he took. He was like, I'm hungry. He really thought. Come on, bro. Okay. So you're walking upstairs. Wait, why did he go that way? I'm not gonna question. I think that's enough. Oh, hey. What is this pathfinding? I'm so glad he can't just do like a giant fucking jump up here. Alright. We got this. I believe in us. I no longer believe in us. Are there memes of it on YouTube? I'll have to see some of this because that's very funny. Oh wait, fuck. That is a very funny anime. Do it. He better not be able to come in here. I don't think he ever was able to. But if he can, like, trap my ass in this, like, small of a space, I would actually cry, I think. Very funny, because, like, this is gonna just knock down the entire, clock tower, and he's not gonna notice. It's gonna be like, what?
That worked.
He's, like, on the other side of the police station. He's like, huh, who did that? Alright, I got all the parts that I need. Oh. Hi. Oh, that was so fucking close. That was better than trying to shoot. Motherfuckers! Fuck, I'm definitely gonna have to make like a stage dying while doing a speedruns compilation. Oh hey, it saved in here though. Neat. Okay, so he's like out there. The only thing I know to do is I need to not heal. I don't see him. Must have reset. No, he did not. Wow. How the fuck? Right. New strategy. I was gonna waste one of these bullets anyway. Oh. Don't you love this high-level gameplay? Okay. So he is like, he's walking around. He's over there. I will not miss this time. Hey, that's my, that's my special. Alright. See? First try. Let's go. Didn't even die once. I've never even heard of a death. Alright. Now if I can do this in like the correct amount of times, that would be great. Fuck me. There's a way to do it, like, in just, like, a small number of times. I used to be able to, but now cannot.
Where's that?
Oh, let's do it. I know I can get out of this room in under 60 seconds. I memorized the blocks. Yeah, now actual Babu mode. Welcome, Moose Watcher. This is a speed run, however, I am both not good at the game and also not playing fast. Go. I love the Sherry section. Well, I also love the dollhouse in Resident Evil 8. It's like a fun, like there's no combat, so like the challenge is in how fast you can do things. Ah yes, the point of the game where if you suck you gotta murder a child.
Oh no, it's him.
It's him. Let's go. It's a win-win. True. You're gonna be so fucking sorry.
Go away! Help! Somebody, please!
You stupid bitch, that's a dead end. Yeah, go away. He is mean to kids.
It's
all over now. Doors locked.
Where
Are you? Show yourself.
Show yourself. I
know you're in here. The longer it takes me to find you, the worse it's gonna be. I practiced this part a lot to get like really fast at it. And like to my knowledge, there's no way to like skip this dialogue, so I just get to hear it. Fine.
Oh god, oh god.
Bitch has gotta be here somewhere. God damn it!
And now we wait.
Son of a bitch.
More, please.
This is your
Last fucking chance.
Show
yourself. Now. Fuck. It burns. By the way, if you were here for the last stream, I also knew this and have not played the game in a year. How much I've played this. Welcome, Moose Watcher, to the most base chat. Also, and I should have done this after the fucking politics segments when most of the people were here. If you're enjoying the stream and you would like to see more of my content, consider donating. If you make a site donation or get like a new sub or something, that money goes to me tonight.
Get over here, you little bitch.
You can also donate to coffee. The link of which I think is in YouTube chat, but there's ways to get it.
Good to see you again, Claire.
All right, time to go.
Just you wait, asshole.
I desperately need to find a green herb, and I know there's gonna be one when I get to the working area. Why call a child a bitch? I mean, maybe she was a bitch. I've called children bitches. Not to their face, but like, generally. In private. Don't mind me just casually doing the chicken dance on dinner. That's true, Cleveland. Proper term is little shit. True.
You again?
He still doesn't have his hat. Go back for it. Alright. Now we're playing with power. Ah, my favorite place to eat. Restaurant.
Fuck off!
Nintendo power.
Looks like the only way forward.
That's true. You do gotta mix it up. Quick question. I was watching this panel with the streamer Lucy Cruz on. One of the panelists referred to non-binary individuals as parasitic individuals. Is it fair to call that Nazistic rhetoric? I don't know if, like, at this point, I think her rhetoric is indistinguishable from Nazi rhetoric, and like that reads as TERF rhetoric. So I guess the overall answer is yes, although it's probably specifically TERF language. But at this point, like, the difference between TERFs and Nazis is just which forums they visit online. I almost never like evade that dog.
That's gotta be the
Always gets me.
Hang on, Sherry.
Let's go. Uppers.
Hello? I have the pendant!
I have the pendant. On. Let's go.
Sherry? Where are you?
Claire!
Sherry? I'll be right there!
Right, previous, it, like, you can tell how, like, actually bigoted it is, because, like, the more bigotry that's involved in the statement, the least amount of sense.
Claire! It's behind you!
Don't stop!
It might as well have said that, like, non-binary people are like the boogeyman.
Hurry!
Keep going.
And it would have made just as much sense. And honestly, I think I would respect it more. Just like admit it. I'm gonna go in here because I would like, I think there's some stuff. I'm gonna save those. Let's save these. I don't need these. I'm not back to the.
Sherry?
True, Twisty.
Can you hear me?
Person was arguing that they're parasitic on trans women's spaces.
Now I'm gonna smell like shit.
That's actually, I think, less coherent than if they'd have just said women's spaces, because at least there's like a through line for like TERFs. It's all about like misandry, which is just dollar store misogyny for them. So the panelists were giving Lucy Hayes a lot of shit. Well, that's because they were all either TERFs or TERF adjacent. They would have had to have been in order to not like recognize that. Well, the thing is like it's transphobia all the way down. Like, we can call it what we want. Like NB-phobia is still transphobia. And so, like, at the end of the day, like, that kind of rhetoric only serves to just harm the broader trans community. Because,
Hold on, Sherry. I'll be right there.
Because if you're not fighting for non-binary people in your advocacy, it goes back again to the the xenogender thing. You're just like selling out people who are easy targets to sell out because like you don't want to do the actual real work of advocating for the whole community. And yeah, like non-binary people are trans. So it's just transphobia. True, Pluvius. Another one of these. I'm gonna try to save like just a green herb, but I do want to have a couple of like full. Oh, normally he jumps up at you. Must not have hit the trigger. That's cool. I'm a pro gamer. There we go. You also.
Bastard.
Arm 2. Leg removed. The whole point of advocating for the rights of marginalized and having rights. Yep. No, like the thing is like it's actually like kind of capitalist conditioning too, because they legitimately believe that rights are like a limited resource, and that only some people can have them, or like only everyone can have them, or like I'm sorry, not everyone, but like only certain people can have them at a time. They treat it like it's like like it's like a game, and like only one person can hold on to the right ball. I don't think I have anything to Please end. I bet you weren't expecting me to make a Metal Gear Solid 3 joke.
What the fuck?
I bet you also weren't expecting me to go the wrong way. Or maybe you were. You would have probably been correct. I don't know. I think these guys were weak to acid. You motherfucker. I don't know why Claire is disgusting. Monster fucker's gonna monster fuck. It's okay. I'm also a monster fucker, so it's fine. Alright, is everyone ready for the puzzle? Better. No, there's a blue herb in here.
Fucking hell.
I don't want you to do that. Oh. What? Oh, might have been wrong. Go away. Denied. Wait, I bet I have to. If I want the spark shot. I do want this shot, honestly. It's very helpful in the final battle if you just use it at the right moment.
Fuck.
And just like shoot off all of your arms. Arm privileges. True. I didn't mean to use it. I meant to combine it. Now you're just a torso. How about that? Alright, these are going to be the 3 weapons that I'm going to want to use when I finally get to fight William's final form. I like the one gun for having more ammo. Like you can carry more bullets with a different handgun. But I like this handgun because you get the high-powered round. I think it's like faster with the high-powered rounds if you have enough of them. Fuck you, bro. Oh, you don't always get poisoned? Oh wait, no, I'm healed though. That's right. I have the like. I have the like shield. All right. Now that we've got this, we gotta go find the rook. Can't go this way. Beautiful. Sure. You do have a taste. Personally, I'll tell you who the hottest Resident Evil monster. Like if you're a monster fucker, the hottest one is Rachel from Revelations. Somebody was critiquing somebody else for their use of rhetorical tactics. What that means? I mean, like you can criticize people for rhetorical tactics. You just gotta not be a like complete idiot when you do so. All right, so there's night, which needs to go there. Get them a little. I need to go find the rook, which I know where it's at, like the direction. That's good. How long has this run been, by the way? An hour and 10 minutes. We have an hour and, well, basically an hour and like 15 minutes in order to get the run that we need. It's not one of mine either. Would not like to be vomited on by a tentacle monster. I would like to be tentacled by a tentacle. You need to chill, bro. Eat that. Go away, preferably forever. I don't think I'm gonna need the T-bar again. Hard round. Would like this though. It's fine. That was a waste of the bullet, but like ultimately, nothing matters. I do need to be conserving the ammo on this. Or at the very least, I need to be picking up ammo from, or stuff to make ammo. It would be really cool if I did not have to go through those cutscenes. That would be so awesome. All right. Let's see if we can get him in like the first how's my puppy doing? She's doing really good. I assume you all heard her. She did bark. I could see if she wants to come in and lay down on the bed. Let me get the rook put up and I'll do that. You might be a little restless though. All right. Rook I think is supposed to be on. I could be wrong. Okay. All right, so we're at 114. Let me go check on Petra. I know. Azumi. There are no dogs in the sewers, Pluvians. Oh, hello, Storm. Yeah, puppy break. Huh. This is true, Moose Watcher. He is the most adorable being in existence. Huh. Go lay down. Give Moss some support. Right. Okay. I'm ready to go. I mean, she did lay down. Hello, NetSpace. Good to see you. All right.
This is not my forte.
Let's see. Rook and knight are on the same wall. Bishop and queen aren't next to each other. Queen and rook were opposite. Rook and knight. Who did I have here? Okay. Say the... What was it? What? Bishop? Bishop and queen. The nice knights. I am currently showing off how bad at puzzles I am. I think the bishop was already there. I actually wait. I'll bet. You just have to be on the same. Thing. Wait. Doesn't work. I'm like. I'm fairly certain these have to be in the right. Also. Oh, there it is.
All right, Sherry.
Yay.
On my way.
Bimbo energy wins again. Third purple one. Pink. I say purple, it's literally blue. What am I talking about? It's literally blue. The red one. Now the real goal here is going to be I did know that, I just also didn't. On. I was trying to avoid that from happening, but also like. Come on. There we go. Our Pringle at the end of a tube. Through.
Should have known you would die.
Not that I want to like necessarily just use one of my. Well, it doesn't. I'm not gonna use this that much. I'll probably use like 3 of them, so it'll be fine. Alright, let's do this. Wow. Fine. Everything is fine. Come on. Come on. I know you can do it. Shit. I love this for me. Come on. Got this. Come on.
Have I got a surprise for you?
Come on. Oh, you little shit. I thought I was, I thought I had him. It is possible to get him to, fall off first try. You just have to do enough damage to him before you hit it. Wow. That was impressive, man. Come on. Oh, that's not even gonna hit him. Fuck. Fine. I can spare one more shot. I'm probably not gonna be, Got you.
All right, time for an encore.
Got him.
I'm
First
so sorry,
try.
Sherry. This is taking forever.
Yeah, freaking Capcom hitboxes. The shoulder, my favorite. All right, we're about to the point of no return.
Annette said her lab's not far. Wait, that cable car. Hold on, Sherry. You're gonna be fine. Almost there, Sherry. We're almost there.
How is she not turned yet?
Oh, good. The cable car. Okay, better check everything. There's no turning back.
Time to go.
This tram is bound for Nest. Do not exit until the final destination.
I'm getting you treatment.
You come to give
Just
Mom
hold on, Sherry.
support?
It's okay.
For your safety, stand clear until the doors are fully open.
You can't tell me what to do.
For your safety,
Robot.
stand clear until the doors are fully open. For your safety, stand clear until the doors are fully open. Welcome to Nest. Enjoy your visit.
I will. Also, I'm fairly certain that if you don't get the, actually, now that I think about it, I wasted time. Because, like, if you don't get the thing here, like, they just give it to you. Now, the only saving grace is that I get upgraded. Damn. Keep the knife. I do get some more needles in here, I think. I think there's like a couple of them. I just need to be good about shooting. Where are you at?
Enjoy our tasty selection of healthy foods.
It's probably like, it's probably the most processed shit in the world. I'm gonna take the gunpowder if I can. Let's and go. Nice. Yeah, I'm going for 230 if possible. Oh, shit. Eat shit. That would have been more helpful for the, that would have been way more helpful for the, liquor later, but, like, we do what we
Dr.
can.
Lee, your presence is urgently requested by Chief Cartwright in the
Thank you,
East
New
area.
Flesh. Consider an act of charity. Would you rather the processed Umbrella Corp food or the liquid fish in a tube? Starfield? I haven't played Starfield. Liquid fish in a tube sounds really disgusting. I'm gonna be real with you. I like fish, but oh, hello, Tipster and your viewers. Thanks for the raid. Glad to see you all here. I'm doing Resident Evil speedruns, by which I mean I'm playing the game poorly and not fast at all. Right now I'm just trying to get all the preparation that I need for doing like actual New Game Plus runs. And to do that I need to get the game beaten in under 2 hours and 30 minutes. That's the current goal. This is Resident Evil 2. I'm also, you should know, playing on a controller, which is why my aiming sucks. Let's see if I remember the passcodes. You were playing Resident Evil 2 Classic on your stream? Great minds. Alright, let's see. Yeah. And I think it is this. That? Yeah, I remember shit. I can get rid. A grenade over here. Oh, we're at the final stretch of the game. Also say hi to Tipster's
Adjust
stream.
amount of solution to match cartridge
Okay,
capacity.
it is, I believe it's red, blue, green, green, red, blue, no, fuck. It's red, blue. Fuck me. I completely fucked up, I think. Yeah. Shit. This is not unfixable. Very difficult. Thank you so much for the $3, Newflat. This is actually infuriating. Okay. Right. Okay. I think... No. Right, there is... It. Aw, thank you. Poppy bought me the Halo. I love it to death. Okay. I'm doing this wrong, and I immediately knew I fucked up, too. Poppy is the best. Okay. This is embarrassing. Is the Halo like a reading light with your headphones? That would actually be super cute if it was. Okay. I am going to figure out what I'm supposed to do, I promise. Oh my god, fucking finally. Through the power of the one brain cell bounced around my little head. I was finally able to do it. Yeah, Poggers, let's go. Oh, that's map. What's this? Gunpowder? Ooh. Large gunpowder. Get rid of this. I want the gunpowder. They each have one. One brain cell? I have exactly one brain cell. I have to share it though. We singular celled organisms don't get nearly enough credit. True. I need... Now where's the thing? Oh yeah, that's right, it's up here. I have this ready. keep my brain cell tucked under my pillow. That's a good idea. I should do that. Just for that. I just if I had just blasted him with the fucking like thing, that would have been so funny. Stay down, bruh. You just made me waste like 5 bullets. Don't make me do it again. No, I'm just go ahead and get eat off first. All right. Here. I don't think I'm ever gonna come back here though. Yeah, leg gone. Oh, you're not supposed to get up. Wait. Fuck, I didn't go the right way. Alright. At this point I'm really banking on having enough stuff. How am I doing on time? Okay, I've got to... Hey! I didn't realize you were up here. I need you to stop. Cease and desist. Okay. Build the newest succulent of the season. No. Oh yeah, I have perfect aim. There is nothing imperfect. There's another one? Alright, I'm not taking a chance. That though. Oh, I was wrong, it was Murph. No! I was very close though. That's true. They're especially good when you don't want anything within a 20-foot radius to survive. Oh, hell yeah. Do it. Let's go.
Welcome back, Dr. Lee. You have 5 new messages.
That's chill. Experts
Damn.
will tell you a plant zombie is
Should've packed my
impractical
parka.
hospital, but those experts haven't seen the garden. I support you. Let's do it.
Cooling complete.
Now that I've wasted so much time. Let's go. I know there's a dude. Yeah, there's a. Fuck me, dude. Undead garden. Plants versus zombies. This is just the first one. That's valid, Moose Watcher. Do you do gardening? I'm not big on gardening, but I would like love to have like little Are you shitting me? They dead. I would love to have like little tiny like house plants. Or not tiny house plants, but like tiny like a tiny like
So much for the weed
garden
infestation.
for like small herbs or vegetables.
You have dispersed a dangerous solution without authorization. Your actions have been logged,
Cool.
and you may be subject to disciplinary measure.
I haven't missed one of the explosive games. Alright, let's fucking get out of here. There are two ways to cool the serum. Either place it in the fridge for a couple of hours or woefully impractical during a zombie apocalypse. Inject liquid nitrogen directly into it for a True. Hello, Christy. Yeah, Chrissy, all you've missed is me being an epic pro gamer. I am gonna go pro. This is gonna be a world record. What are you talking about? The world record's only an hour shorter than this. Oh, I didn't need that. Look you. Look, God damn it. Fine. Oh yeah. Got it. I know there's an herb in here. But which one? My favorite Atari game. Which game? Right. Oh, I should. Fail. It's fine. In the. At least give myself a couple of acid rounds. Oh. I feel like I wasted that. But it's cool.
Thank God. The antiviral
Alright, well, we got
agent.
the
Gotta get back to
herbicide
Sherry.
frequency thing. OSS?
Class A breach detected. Lab quarantine until target is neutralized.
Come on. He is angry. He is very angry. Come on. Gotcha. Got that one. I need to get his back. Yeah. He got mine. He probably does want a hug. I would bet that's what he wants. There we go. Oh wait, do I have the high-powered rounds? Oh, that's right. You have to upgrade this to get the high-powered rounds. Shit. Real? Oh no. The consequences of my actions. Oh yeah, he definitely developed these claws for me. Come on. Shit. I love this. Was he gonna start like spinning like the Tasmanian devil? That'd be so funny. Hell yeah. there's gotta be, I think there's some other, like, grenades I can get, which will be helpful. I do spin him right around. Like a record, in fact. I need to actually learn how to use this gun. I got the high-powered round, so I need nothing now. Oh shit. Do I have healing? Do this. No! Okay, fine. No, we're not doing baby mode. I haven't died in forever. What are you talking about? I think I'm fine. Yeah, F's in the chat.
Class A breach. Flag quarantine until target is neutralized.
This makes you want to try the game? You should. It's fun. I love it. Okay, come on. Go. Come on. Little. God, the choreography for him is so cool. Like I love how he like does dance moves to move around. It's so cool. Wow. Ultra Chad Sentinel, the left-wing pro gamer, Alexis Saige would never die to the second last boss fight. True. I would never. Alright, come on. Come on, William. fuck was that? William. That's not cool. Let's go. Final phase, final phase. Got him. I did it. Let's go.
Ending. Quarantine.
I think there might be... Yes. I do want to ensure that I have literally as much ammunition. My powered rounds, which don't matter now. Actually, I can get rid of those. Now teabag William's corpse. I don't know that I can. I think the most I can do is like chicken dance on him. Here we go. I love being a pile of semi-corporeal goo.
Gotta get back
Close
to
enough. I'm almost there, Twisty. How long do I have? 30 minutes. Let's do this. I think... Yeah, I think we just win now. I think I just beat the game. Yeah, profit. I think there's a couple of full healing items. Oh wait, yeah, there I can go get another pouch. That's right. Won't be like the full upgrade, but close enough. Let's go ahead and do that. I had some garlic bread today. Not like cheesy garlic bread, but like garlic bread. Wow.
Son of a bitch.
Real. Die. I don't have the thing. Fuck. That was so dumb, Twisty, and also would have probably worked. Where is that? There we go. Yeah. This guy is what I sound like every day. Fine. Please. Me when I go to work, right? Right, right, fellow people. Cool. Also, wife bad, yeah. Alright. Barry, now that I've done so many side quests, it's fine. Now we can attend to your needs.
Sherry, can you walk faster?
Oh fuck, I hate my wife so much. It's like, it's amazing how much I hate my wife. Also, go to work. Back hurt.
Let's get the hell out of here.
Attention, self-destruct sequence initiated. Use the central elevator to evacuate immediately to the bottom level train platform.
Alright, I got this one thing left. Saige, she hates her life.
Claire?
This is why I'm not married.
Thank you for being so nice to me. For helping
I wake up, I work, I hate my wife, I sleep, I wake up.
I'm really glad I met you too, Sherry. But save your thanks until I get you out of this place.
Do it. Go. Soon, there should be a countdown, I think. I didn't need that, but it's fine.
Attention, self-destruct sequence initiated. Use the central elevator to evacuate.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything. Let's do it.
Attention, self-destruct sequence initiated. 10
They're
minutes
jerking.
until detonation.
Sherry, run!
It would be very, very, like, I would hate it as a player, but it would be very funny if they could actually, like, get Claire and just, like, you're running along and she, like, or, not Claire, Sherry, you're just running along and just Sherry, run, and then she immediately gets eaten.
Of course. The stupid thing's locked.
Hold on.
Door's locked.
Sherry, what are you?
I think I can open it from the other side.
The good ending. Hey, Sherry's campaign in Resident Evil 6 is actually good. Come on, let's go. I have all day. Yeah, Sherry, I'm gonna need you to hurry up.
I got it!
Nice work, Sherry.
We made it.
Note, if you make it, the exit before the time runs down all the way you experience it. Miss Sheva from Resi 5?
Sherry, you hanging in there?
I mean, I don't know, compared to the kid, actually wait, no, I think Sheva's just like, I don't think she even has a character. Like, her character is just exist.
8 minutes until
Claire should lock Sherry in the building. More than Jake from 6. At least Jake got a cool power up at the end. What did Sheva get? Actually, what did Sheva get? Because I played through that whole game this year and still don't remember shit from it. Alright, let's go! We got this.
Why can't you just die?
I know it's possible to knock him off as he's moving, which would have been really annoying. You fucking shithead. Yeah! Knocked him off. Here we go. There we went. I think there's also like an achievement if you get it before 6 minutes. Yeah. Got him. S+ ranking. Easy. And I got the carbon footprint one, which is which I wasn't even going for, but hey. Easy. This is about an hour off of my best time, which is good for not having played the game in a year. Yeah. Let's see, did I get the stuff? I did. I got the samurai edge. I need to get the I am playing on Steam. I need to get the yeah, first try. 0 deaths. No damage. I need to get the can't believe you're killing the chicken nugget monster. Yeah, I need to beat I need to do the same thing again on hardcore mode. And then I also need to do the same thing again with Leon. And then once I've done that, I'll have everything that I need to do like the actual New Game Plus runs, which are much easier and also like faster. But yeah. All right, I would say that's a good start because like we've been streaming for a minute. All right. How are we doing? Damn, it is now 2 a.m. I've been going for a while. 4.5 hours. Let's go. Ah, I feel so good. Going and playing some Starfield. Everyone's playing it, and I really want to, cause like it is a Bethesda game, and as much as I hate Bethesda, I love Bethesda games. With the exception of Fallout 3, which I just like kind of tolerate. And Skyrim, which I hate, but I like watching other people play. You have Game Pass for PC. I do not. I do not. I don't think I have a single like Game Pass is an Xbox thing, right? I don't think I have a single like Xbox anything. I have No Man's Sky. I have No Man's Sky on PS5 and I've been wanting to play it. Like, in fact, I really just want to take a day once and play No Man's Sky in VR and like just vibe. The last time I did that, and the reason why I haven't done it since, is the last time I did it, I made the poor decision to play that game in VR while high. New Vegas, however, is defined. You've not been here a while, have you? Good decision. Yeah, okay, like if I was in the right mindset, but it freaked me the hell out. My PC can't handle VR. I have the PSVR. I have the old one. I don't have the new one. Which I wish I did. If I did, I would be playing Horizon Call of the Mountain. You dislike New Vegas? I actually vehemently dislike New Vegas. I like watching people play it. It's one of those games where like if other people are playing it, I will watch you play it, but I do not like playing it myself. Doggo laying down Twitch in the background. You're caught, baby. There you go. Super sheep. I need to do sweat-proof stuff. That's probably fair. When I played in VR, it wasn't like too bad, and this was pre-weight loss. Very comfy. All right. You'll get there, Storm. I believe in you. All right, so it is now 1:45. So I'm going to do last call for donations. If you've enjoyed this stream, if you you like my content and you want to see more, if you stuck around from Tipster stream and you don't know who I am, I normally do politics. I've been doing video games recently just to kind of chill. Today I actually did do two political segments, which are good. And and I'm glad that I did them. But yeah, I do kind of a mix of both now, and I'm really enjoying it. If you like this content, then feel free to give a donation if you can and want to. If you're on the website at transgirltherapist.org, site donations, tiered subs, all go to me tonight. And if you are not on the site, or if you want to donate in other ways, I have a Patreon, the link of which is on the website or in YouTube chat. I have a Ko-fi, which is just kind of a way to donate directly to me. And then I also have a GoFundMe where I'm raising money for my bottom surgery, which is scheduled in April. And also the GoFundMe is set up for all of my gender affirming surgeries, and I should be getting my FFS scheduled soon, which, fingers crossed, might be a little bit before bottom surgery if I get lucky. So any support there means the world, and I do appreciate anything that anyone is able to give. And at least with the GoFundMe, if you're able to share it, that also means. So yeah. This has been a really good stream, and I'm really glad that I did it. Had a really, really tough day at work, and it was nice to just unwind for a while. So yeah. Thank you all for being here. Thanks to Tipster for the raid and for showing up and supporting me. I really appreciate that. We're only yes, and also we are only $63 away from me committing the sin of ironing my flags on stream. Because that's been the joke since I started. So yeah, if you want me to iron my flags on stream, I am only $60 away. $53. Oh, that's right. There were the tiered subs, weren't there? Okay. All right, Storm. Here's the thing. You already got the cat bait stream. We already got that. And I promise I am going to do it. I'm not ignoring it. I just have a plan, okay? I want the cat maid stream to be special. And so I'm waiting until there's a chance for me to cover like one of the Republican debates or like one of the Democratic debates if there is one. Or you know, doing it on like a different, like something like that, right? However, if you would like me to iron the flags with the catmaid outfit on, I will do that. But we got to do like a $550 goal. Yeah, you're right. It is $53. We're bad at math. It's fine. He did pass out. All right. Well, thank you all thank you all so much for being here, for watching. I had a really good time, and I can't wait to see you all again soon. Hopefully, if everything goes well, I might be streaming again on Monday. I still have to talk to Cena and Poppy and see what their plans are. But if all goes well, we'll be streaming again on Monday, and hopefully there will be some stuff to do. If not, we got more video games to do. Play more Resident Evil and speedrun, because I really do want to actually like do the speedrun. So, but anyway, yeah. Have a good night, everyone. I will see you all soon.